guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The man who sold the gun to Hunter Biden spent some time on the stand in his federal gun trial in Delaware. The president's son is accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. A report in the Wall Street Journal suggests President Biden has been showing signs of slipping behind closed doors, adding he appears slower when holding discussions with lawmakers. Friend and longtime Delaware Democratic Senator Chris Coons refutes the article in an interview on Fox News, adding it didn't include some important information.
They didn't use quotes from those of us who serve with President Biden, who know him, who have had the opportunity up close and in personal in meetings in the White House or in events publicly or privately, to give affirmation that he is sharp, he is engaged, and he is commanding.
3 House committees have officially sent criminal referrals to the Justice Department alleging both President Biden's son Hunter and brother James lied to Congress when they sat for closed-door interviews. The committee chair claims it was all a calculated effort to shield President Biden from their impeachment inquiry. House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Republican Jason Smith from Missouri says no one is above the law.
Hopefully, the Justice Department will act accordingly and make sure that Hunter Biden's held to the same standard that any other American would be held to.
A widespread heat wave is baking millions of Americans in the desert Southwest. Temperatures in Phoenix and Las Vegas could reach 110 degrees on Thursday. Temperatures remaining in that 105 to 110 degree range for Friday and Saturday, with the heat only expected to break on Sunday. You're listening to USA News.
Hey, here's a question. After you wear your clothes, you toss them in the washing machine, right? Nobody wants to wear dirty clothes. So how come you don't throw your shoes in the washing machine when they get dirty? I mean, come on. Your shoes are touching the filthy ground all day long. Gross. Well, with Skechers, You can, because most Skechers are machine washable. That's right. Skechers are specially made so you can toss them right in the washing machine and keep them clean and looking new. And when they look new, you can confidently wear them longer. That's less shoes you're going to want to throw away, which means less waste. And it'll save you tons of dough. I love that. Plus, machine washable Skechers are for the whole family, men, women, and kids. So when your kids get their shoes dirty, and we know they will, just wash them. Brilliant. And even our latest technology, new hands-free Skechers slip-ins are washable. You just step right in and go without bending down or even touching your shoes. So give your Skechers the same treatment you give your clothes. Just toss them in the washing machine and keep them looking brand spanking new. Find machine washable Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear happens to be sold.
Democrats on Capitol Hill are putting contraception front and center. USA's John Schaefer explains.
Democrats are challenging their political opponents with a vote on a bill designed to prevent states from limiting access to contraception. Republicans are calling it political theater.
Contraception's legal. To my knowledge, it's not in any jeopardy. And yet, Senator Schumer wants to schedule a show vote that suggests that somehow it is.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas accused Democrats of fear-mongering to divert attention away from the issues at the southern border.
New York City's congestion pricing program has been indefinitely delayed just weeks before it was set to take effect. The program would have charged car drivers $15 to enter the core of Manhattan. New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul making the announcement on Wednesday, saying that while the program has its environmental benefits, implementing it now when the city continues to recover from the pandemic is not the right time.
This decision is about doing what's right for the people who make our city thrive. It's about standing up for the hard-working men and women who get up every single day, do their jobs, and just want a fair shake.
The ballots for Major League Baseball's All-Star Game are now live. Fans have until noon Eastern on June 27th to vote for who they want to send to baseball's Midsummer Classic in Arlington, Texas. Votes can be cast up to 5 times every 24 hours on MLB.com, team websites, and the MLB app. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. Alrighty, and that, my friends, is the way we kick off another new day. And it'll be Thursday. Or shall we call it Friday Eve? But indeed, we will turn the page on the calendar. 6th day of June for 2024. So the weekend is on the horizon. Right around the corner here again. How we doing? I am Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A cloudy night, had a little bit of rain earlier, nothing to write home about, barely enough to moisten the ground. 70 degrees at this point in time. Oddly enough, by the time we get to the weekend, we're going to be talking highs only in the 70s. Jeez. Kind of a cool weekend coming our way. All right, I had a call about an hour ago. Somebody wanted to know, what are you trying to do? Are you and the AccuWeather gods trying to wash us off the face of the map? It was Horse Feathers in the Baltimore area, trying to get his day started. Said they had some pretty vicious storms, water rescues going on, flooding conditions. Now, the worst is behind you now. All that heavy rain kind of lifting off to the north and the east, but it's still raining from right about Scranton, PA. Lighter rain. You get into the heavier rains from, say, Philadelphia down to Atlantic City. But again, the rains have exited the Washington, D.C., Baltimore areas. But here's what we know at this point in time. At least one seriously injured after a tornado swept through parts of Montgomery County, Maryland, just north of Washington, D.C. In Gaithersburg, Maryland, 5 trapped in a home after it collapsed in the storm. They have since been rescued. Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Assistant Chief says one of those residents is being taken to the hospital with traumatic injuries, as he described it. Spokesperson for the county's Fire and Rescue Service said earlier there were several reports of structure collapses with people trapped inside across Gaithersburg, which is a densely populated suburb of about 70,000 residents. The D.C. Area National Weather Service office saying the tornado was spotted in Montgomery County just after 7:35 Eastern Time this past evening. A tornado also reported over Arbutus, Maryland, near Baltimore, about 8:55 Eastern. The National Weather Service office there said moving east at 25 miles per hour. Now, details about what damage that tornado caused, if any, not immediately available. But we're talking more than 400,000 people reside in the area covered by a warning issued for that second tornado. As for the Gaithersburg tornado, several people were removed from the damaged structures and transported to hospitals. The Baltimore Weather Service office also warned of high waves and winds for the Chesapeake Bay, from Pools Island to Sandy Point, including Baltimore Harbor. Montgomery County emergency management officials said the first tornado was over Gaithersburg, about 22 miles northwest of Washington, D.C. Some of the photos coming in and video via social media showing a moderate to large funnel on the ground as that storm moved east through parts of Gaithersburg toward Olney. That storm crossed I-270 about 7:30 Eastern. Yeah, they tell us weak tornadoes are not uncommon in the D.C. area, but only a handful in recorded history have been an EF3 or stronger. Back in 2002, there was an EF4 tornado that devastated parts of La Plata, Maryland, south of D.C. Yeah, that storm killed 3, caused more than $100 million in damages, according to the National Weather Service there. So again, the storms have now passed. The waters will begin to recede, but the front has not come through. You're going to see a break in the action overnight. And later in the day, in the morning, when the sun comes up, the atmosphere is expected to recharge. And you can see the frontal system that will again come through later that's expected to bring, again, some torrential rains to that portions of the eastern seaboard. The front tonight is back in the Ohio Valley. We had some heavy rains pushing through the Columbus area. There are some flood warnings in that region. The heaviest now east of Columbus, but moving through, well, eastern portions of Ohio. Some of those heavier rains going to be moving into northern portions of West Virginia and southwestern Pennsylvania overnight. There are some pretty heavy rains from southeast of Columbus, moving down into south central portions of Ohio, everything east of our area. We, again, barely got a sprinkle out of it. But it's the same storm that drenched the northwestern USA Sunday into Monday. Severe storms to the upper Midwest on Tuesday. Tuesday's round of severe weather brought numerous reports of damaging winds, hail, and localized flooding from the Great Lakes to the southern plains. Now, overnight, the likelihood of some stronger storms at the local level extend from southeastern Michigan to southern Ontario and western New York. Now, areas further to the south, we do see some rains occurring in northwestern and west central Georgia. Nothing reaching severe levels, just general run-of-the-mill showers at this point. Light rain through much of northern Alabama. As the night progresses, the severe storms should be weakening, becoming more just generalized local showers. As the front crosses the Appalachians here on Thursday, though, the expectation is there will be enough daytime heating to allow these showers and thunderstorms to rebound in the mid-Atlantic corridor from North Carolina to southeastern New York. Some of those will become borderline severe with hail and damaging winds. As the storms move into some of our major metro areas once again, we could see some additional ground stops at the airports. Another area where thunderstorms could become robust will be the upper Midwest. Now, we've got a mass of cool air that's expanding southeast across the Great Lakes, moving into the northeast as we head into and through the weekend. Friday into Saturday, you'll have some showers during the midday and afternoon hours. A few of those may evolve into thunderstorms with some localized hail and gusty winds. But a couple of waterspouts may develop from the Great Lakes Friday to Saturday. But the air behind this front will be much cooler, less humid. Kind of a refreshing change for those in the South Carolina and southeastern states, which is kind of uncommon in the month of June. But there you go. We do see, I'm looking at a few showers and thunderstorms there in the southernmost reaches of South Carolina as well. But again, none of this prompting any warnings, with the exception of maybe some local flash flooding issues in some of the torrential rains. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll look out west, where, yes, the heat is on big time. The heat wave, triple-digit highs. How many records have fallen thus far? And over the coming days, on into next week, the heat, they tell us, is going to continue. A multi-day scorcher in the southwest, and some of that heat building into the Pacific Northwest as we head into the upcoming weekend. All right, hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Let's go Phillies. He says, Jerry, what's going on? Good morning, everybody. Be safe. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Nobody gets out alive. Hello to Marianne. Good morning to the overnight family. Good morning. Pappy's in the house. And hello to Philly Dan. I-95 southbound. There's Shorty, Richmond Hill, Georgia tonight, where it is 76 degrees. Orlando, turnaround number 2. Jacob, on board from Kingsport, Tennessee. Hello, Steve Summers, overnight drive, where he's at 69 degrees. Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve-O, and all the overnight crew. It's 98 in Barstow. Wow. Told you it's hot at west. We got this freight truck pointed eastbound, zeroed in on the little farm along the Tennessee River that we call home. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. 98 degrees. Of course, it's the sun hadn't even set there yet. Is it like 9:16 West Coast time? Sun is setting, but it's been a hot day, huh? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour, and now D-Day, 6th of June. Yes, indeed. If not for the heroes on that day storming the beaches, walking into a hail of machine gun fire, fighting dying. Mr. Steve Summers Show comes to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. Buried somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. He would be coming to you somewhere probably in German, speaking in German. So dial us up at 844-844-3388. Tell Steve what's on your mind in English. Don't be a scarecrow, hit those digits, or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? There indeed. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Dry for now. In Troutville, Virginia, we're at a warm 71 degrees. Keep it shiny side up. James, it's a sticky 73 here in Woodstock, Georgia. Watching some of the lightning just off to the west there. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 76 degrees, Central Tennessee. Got my powerful chrome-plated cow truck rested up before we load up and head to the land of Oz. Everybody have a splendid night. Special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from nowhere in particular. There's Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thursday. Got the usual run tonight. Weather's much calmer than earlier this evening. Some of the counties in my home 20 were dealing with some flash flooding during the height of the storms. Right now, some drizzle, kind of humid, breezy. 72 degrees by Walton, Kentucky at this hour. Alrighty, underway. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yes, the 6th day of June. 80 years ago today, many, many lives were lost. And remembrances will be taking place on the beaches of Normandy and Omaha. More on that coming up here. As we get underway, Thursday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, according to House Speaker Mike Johnson, the announcement this past day in a press release that a bipartisan congressional delegation is traveling to Normandy, France to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion. Today, Thursday, June the 6th, the delegation will participate in anniversary observances along with veterans and their families, active duty service members, government and military officials, some foreign dignitaries. 80 years ago, as Nazi Germany and the Axis powers were encroaching further into Europe, American and Allied forces embarked on what is still known today as the greatest military operation in human history. Now, these brave soldiers, bound by their shared commitment to liberty, security, and freedom, stormed the beaches of Normandy as a force for liberation, not conquest. Speaker Johnson said, "It's my distinct honor to host this congressional delegation to pay our respects to the heroes who liberated Europe and made the prospect of global peace a reality. The eyes of the world were trained on these young men that day, and 80 years later, we return to the site of their triumph and sacrifice to renew our commitment to freedom and to express our gratitude to those who made it possible." The delegation set to arrive in Normandy today, participate in a ceremony at the Normandy American Cemetery in Colville-sur-Mer alongside American and French leaders as well as other veterans. They will meet with World War II veterans and honor their legacy at the cemetery. Later in the day, the delegation will join Allied heads of state for an international ceremony at Omaha Beach in St. Laurent-sur-Mer. Sunday, June the 9th, a delegation is slated to observe the commemorative parachute jump featuring U.S. service members stationed in Europe, American-based units with ties to D-Day history and military personnel and civilians from across Europe. Additionally, during their time in France, the delegation plans to convene with American diplomatic and military officials stationed there in Europe, according to the Register Herald. Senator Joe Manchin, member of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, echoing Johnson's sentiments, "We must always commemorate the heroism and valor displayed by our military 80 years ago when they stormed the beaches of Normandy to fight our enemies and secure victory for America and our allies. As we travel to France for the 80th anniversary of D-Day, we honor and thank the brave heroes who stormed the beaches in the greatest seaborne invasion in history to liberate Europe from the grasp of Nazi Germany." That was a statement from House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. "We must never forget the sacrifices of the greatest generation who paid the ultimate cost for our freedom and the freedom of our allies by standing against evil during World War II." 80 years. Kind of hard to imagine. 20 years before I was even on this planet. So for many, it's the younger generations, those youngsters coming up today, the idea is to not forget the sacrifices that were made by the previous generations. So many just take it for granted, have no idea. All right, we mentioned the heat is on out west. Weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. The first widespread major heat wave of the year baking the interior west right on into this weekend and even into next week. AccuWeather continues to remind people the danger of wildfires and the risk of lightning as thunderstorms erupt over some of the mountain ranges. We've got a bulge in the jet stream over the western U.S. combined with a storm just offshore over the Pacific, pumping temperatures to the highest level since last summer for interior locations of California, Oregon to the Rockies, actually encompassing nearly a dozen states. Now, in most areas, the peak of the heat will be coming your way later here, Thursday and Friday. Parts of the Great Basin may experience surging temperatures on Saturday. The daily record highs will be challenged and toppled in cities from Sacramento to Redding and Fresno, California, Las Vegas, Reno, Ely, Nevada, Tucson, Phoenix, and Flagstaff, Arizona. The heat will even be felt in portions of Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, Oregon, and New Mexico. Intense June sunshine, negating the dry air effects, and the real field temperatures will be extremely dangerous each day coming forward. The notoriously hot cities of Las Vegas and Phoenix looking at high temperatures multiple days in the neighborhood of 110. Now, even in these sizzling summer cities, this is 10, 15 degrees above average for this time of year. Salt Lake City, you're looking at multiple days, highs in the 90s now till Sunday. You can expect highs in the 90s there through probably at least Tuesday. And they could make a run at the 100-degree mark on Saturday. The record there is 101. Death Valley may even crack the 120-degree mark for the first time this year.
USA News Update. Donald Trump is criticizing what he calls President Biden's sick smile in response to a question about Trump's New York conviction. In a Wednesday email to his supporters titled, "Do you see that sick smile?" Trump included an image of Biden smiling and walking out of a press conference after reporters asked about the verdict. Biden smiled, then continued on his way out. Women in Hunter Biden's life are testifying in his federal firearms trial in Delaware. The prosecution called his ex-wife to testify, aiming to demonstrate Biden's drug use at the time he purchased the gun. Following her testimony, Biden's former girlfriend was called to discuss his drug use. Biden has pleaded not guilty to the charges. A Texas district attorney announced his intention to challenge Governor Greg Abbott's pardon of a man convicted of killing a Black Lives Matter protester in 2020. Jose Garza, the DA, called the pardon unlawful and said he'll file a writ of mandamus with the Court of Criminal Appeals. John Schaefer, USA News.
President Biden recently released a massive $6 trillion budget, the largest budget in U.S. history. And guess who pays the bill? That's right, you, the American taxpayer. American citizens and business owners will be paying more taxes. That's a fact. And if you owe back taxes, they will be coming after you to collect payments. In fact, President Biden also hired thousands more IRS agents to go after you. If you got a letter from the IRS and you know you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, don't put your head in the sand. Call us today. We've saved our customers millions of tax dollars. One quick, free phone call will show you how we can reduce your past tax bill and save you thousands. Guaranteed, or you pay nothing. Call now.
800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. 800-511-6046. That's 800-511-6046.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, indeed, third time was a charm. They did it. Boeing's Starliner first ever astronaut mission is underway. Boeing's new astronaut taxi for NASA soaring into space from Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, notching a huge milestone after nearly 2 decades of commercial crew planning. Veteran NASA astronauts Barry Wilmore, known as Butch, and Sonny Williams, both former U.S. Navy test pilots with 11,000 flight hours between them, riding aboard the Boeing Starliner capsule, launched this past day, 10:52 a.m. Eastern Time, atop United Launch Alliance's workhorse Atlas V rocket. As it was for Starliner, this was also the first time astronauts have launched atop an Atlas V in its 22-year flight history. We all know when the going gets tough, as it often does, the tough get going, and you all have. Wilmore, while waiting on the pad for liftoff, let's get going, let's put some fire in this rocket. Sonny Williams said, "Let's go, Calypso, let's take us to space and back." That was just minutes before launch, referring to the name of the Starliner capsule. So headed toward the International Space Station at this moment, where Wilmore and Williams will spend about 8 days putting the spacecraft through a series of tests toward operational crew certification. Rendezvous is scheduled for today, Thursday, around 12:15 Eastern Time. So rendezvous, and obviously space aficionados can follow those things live via the NASA website and other space locations. Hello to Bidu, checking in. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Hello to Chad this morning. He said the storms have calmed down here in Mount Vernon, Ohio. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. 3-time champion meat hauler and Hall of Famer. Shout out to the 2-time champion critter getter Lauren Weiss and the security guard at the Krispy Kreme in Hamilton, Ohio. Hello, Pappy. Meanwhile, Lone Ranger, good morning.
Good morning. Well, today I went up there for chemo treatment number 4, and there's a possibility, I know not to get excited, it could be the last one. I'll find out on the 17th when I do the scan. But mainly I want to thank everyone who's given me well wishes and a couple prayers here and there. And I knew a long time ago you had quality people in your audience. I learned that a long time ago, which is why I became a listener back in 2003. But you got a great audience, a lot of quality people, hardworking people. I know how hard they work because I did it for 36 years. So that's number one. But I'll tell you what, Steve, every time I go up there for treatment, I see people a lot worse off than me. And what I like, I don't, as bad as that experience was in Tucson, I don't have one complaint about the VA hospital in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Everything is 100%. They take me in early for my appointments. I always get there early because it's an hour drive and I got to worry about school buses and, any kind of a delay. You absolutely don't want to be late for something this important. So I get there early, but the nurses are right on top of it. The doctors are right on top of it. The doctor came in and chatted with me for a half hour today. I was in the chair from 8:15 till 3 p.m. It's a long process.
Wow.
But they're giving me full bore treatment for these 4 times to try to prevent, because it's responding well, try to prevent it from having to go. They recommend, by the way, there's some cancer hospitals down in Philadelphia supposed to be the best in the world. I think Fox Chase is one of them, number 1. So I got talking to the physician's assistant today about that. And I said, I'm really nervous about this scan because if there's a little speck, they start out the size of the head of a pin. If there's a little speck left, you can't see it on CT scan. And I said, I was told that Fox Chase down in Philadelphia has some type of a system where they use microscopes to try and find that little speck that you don't see in a CT scan. She goes, no. She goes, that's not true. She said, they do that with cancer that shows up in blood. And she said, she showed me there's an organization that controls how you handle the cancer. Every single hospital uses that same set of standards to treat cancer. It's already established. She said, they do the same thing we do here. So I said, well, okay. So my biggest fear is to say, there's no such thing as cancer-free. They put it in remission. But my fear is that they put me in remission and remove this port that I have installed up my neck. And then 6 months, she said, that's why you have to come back every 3 to 5 months, because it actually has to grow before we can see it. And that's what I don't like. So anyway, I got to go through the motions, but I realize how lucky I am when I get there. And then, of course, I always realize how lucky I am when I see 6-year-old kids on TV with cancer, because I know what I'm going through. I can't imagine a 6-year-old going through it.
Right.
But what's nice, now the private hospitals around here, most of the doctors that had private practice have hooked up with these big organizations. We have Lehigh Valley and St. Luke's Hospital. They pretty much own the whole Lehigh Valley. But they have a rule, and I found this out when I wrecked my shoulders. They can't be with a patient more than 15 minutes. At the end of 15 minutes, you got to go. That way they can put more patients in an 8-hour period and make more money. They buy real estate more than real estate companies buy. They buy up everything. There was a Harley Davidson dealership about 10 miles from me, a big monster dealership. That's now a St. Luke's medical facility. So anyway, that's one of the reasons I chose to do the hour drive as opposed to a shorter drive to the regular hospitals, because the doctor came in and talked to me for a half hour today. That would never happen at a private hospital. And the other thing I like, when I walk through the halls on my way to my different floors, I got to go to the 3rd floor to get blood taken, and the 4th floor for oncology. Every time you walk past another patient, they say hello or good morning or sometimes welcome home. That's the greeting that veterans give to each other. It's welcome home because, you know, you made it. You made it home. Some guys didn't. So it's a totally positive experience going up there. The hospital's like brand new. They have a brand new parking garage, so I can park my car out of the sun and the weather. And it's keeping me positive. And the lady that took my blood today was the same lady I talked to the other time. Her husband had the exact same cancer. He actually worked at the hospital and had to resign because he had the same thing that I had, but he had it in 4 places, which is stage 4. So she told me today he had to get chemo every week for 12 weeks because his condition was so serious.
Wow.
Now, he did survive, and that was 13 years ago. But when she told me he's still here after 13 years ago, I felt really good. But now she told me today, now when you call a VA hospital up here, you get a recording, and the second, you get 2 recordings. The second one says, if you're contemplating suicide, please call, this number. And I asked her about that, and she said, I'm going to be honest with you. My husband was so sick. See, it takes you a week to recover from this, but if you're getting it every week, you're sick for 12 weeks. She said he was halfway through it, and he was ready to give up. He was just so tired of being sick. He couldn't eat. He lost weight. She said, but I had to talk him into staying with it because he was halfway through, and now it's been 13 years ago.
Wow.
So you got to stay positive. You got to do what you got to do. But I think the prayers and well wishes have helped me. So I just want to thank the audience. They all know who they are. So anyway, a couple things on the news caught my eye. Gavin Newsom, I think, still may be the nominee. He's pushing hard. But people that have a good memory have to remember that he was actually recalled. He's going to be recalled. They had enough signatures to recall him because he's such a disaster. He's ruined California, something terrible. And he got out of it and stayed in office by sending everybody a $600 check. So that's what he has in common with Biden. He uses taxpayer money to buy votes, and he saved his ass by sending everybody a $600 check. Now today he's getting slammed for talking how great California is, and on the same day they have a report about the thugs are stealing fire hydrants now and selling them for scrap.
Yes, I saw that.
And I mean, that's what scrapyard takes fire hydrants that literally still have water dripping out of them. I mean, they have to go after these scrapyards. I know around here, the big thing is the thugs were stealing catalytic converters.
Right.
So now, if you take catalytic converters to a scrapyard, you have to show proof of ownership of the vehicle that it came off of, which, of course, if you're a thief, you can't do it. But there was a Ford dealer about 50 miles from here. Customer came in to look at a new Ford pickup. They had a nice row of new Ford pickups. And when the salesman started up, it was real loud. He looked underneath, and here the catalytic converter was gone. Turned out the whole row of brand new Ford pickups had the catalytic converters cut off.
Wow.
So I don't know how they're getting rid of them, but they're still stealing them. And then the other thing I was seeing, there's an area in Oakland, California, where the road department can't fix the roads because the neighborhood's too dangerous. They're afraid they'll get shot if they come down here to fix the roads. That's how pathetic it's gotten. And they have more homeless than any. They have, I think, 50% of the homeless are in that one state. But I still think, I can't imagine them running Biden. This guy is shot, completely shot. And I still think there's a chance that Newsom he's a good talker. He's a good BS artist. And I think he might be the nominee. But that's only a guess on my part. But, heck else? I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I know what it was. There was a store that got robbed a long time ago. I said, I think the solution, or at least would help, when these smash and grab thugs come in, just hit the electric door locks and get the hell out. So they just had a report on today. There was a store in California. It was 3 or 4 thugs came in there to rob the place. the quick-thinking employees ran out the back door and locked the back door, then ran around and locked the front door. And the thugs were locked in the store.
Couldn't get out, yes.
So, well, what happened was, the problem was the cops didn't show up for a half hour. And in that half hour, the thugs were able to break the back door and crawl out, I guess, through whatever they broke. But they were in such a hurry to get out of there because they knew the cops were coming that they dropped all the merchandise and just hauled ass. So they got the merchandise back, but they're still looking for the guys. But they showed the getaway car driving away, and I guess the plate was visible. So now they might get arrested, but then you have these prosecutors let them go the next day. That's why they're so bold. There's no accountability. They get let out the next day by these Soros-backed DAs and prosecutors.
Yep.
And that's why they're doing they catch repeat offenders constantly. In New York, they had, I think there was 370 some thugs that were responsible for like 80% of the crimes. They keep reoffending because they get away. There's no accountability. So anyway, I don't know where it's going to go, but anyway, the main purpose of my call was to thank the people who were the well-wishers. And it just reinforces my attitude that I've had since 2003, that you got some quality people in your audience. So that's the reason for my call.
So you have a chemo. You did the chemo today. What's it take? Is it 24 before you really start to feel the effects of it? 48 hours, you start feeling like crap, something like that?
Well, there's pills that I have to take. See, this chemo is poison, and you have to take pills to compensate for the poison. And the worst one is starts with a P. I can't even find a damn bottle here now. But anyway, that's what screws up your system. You lose your appetite, stomach's all messed up. So this week is horror week. But a couple of things I learned: the pain in my stomach, if I eat oatmeal, that helps it. Some of them cause severe constipation. And of course, every time you tell them they have a problem, they have a pill for it. I don't like taking any pills. I don't like any chemicals in my body, but that's what you have to do. So what I did was, now there's two here that I don't take, and I told her I didn't take them because I didn't need them. One says needed for nausea. Never had nausea. And the other one here says take one. No, that's for ulcers. That's a good one. Yeah, you even have to take the stuff is so bad on your stomach lining that you have to take pills to protect your stomach lining. Otherwise, you can get an ulcer from all these pills. The other one is for allergies and anxiety. Never took one of them because I don't have either of those problems. But everybody's body's different. You don't know how your body's gonna react until you take the pills. But the bad one, I can't even find the damn bottle. It's my coffee table looks like a medicine cabinet. But this one that's bad is I forget what it's called. It starts with a P, but that's the one that messes up your stomach. But that's the one I have to take 2 a day for 5 days. So that's the horror show, those 5 days. So I bought everything I need. Cantaloupe, that helps constipation in a natural way. And then the oatmeal soothes some of the pain. It's just something about it that when I eat it, the stomach feels better. But I know what I'm up against. I have to go through it. It still beats the alternative. I'm still here. And I'm much luckier than a lot of people that weren't so lucky. And of course, like I told you before, the pain in my hip was severe, but it was my best friend because it told me something was wrong besides my back being out of place, which is what I thought. But what really gets me, I did some research about different ethnic groups and different countries and their diet. So it turns out through my research, the Japanese are the healthiest minority group in the world, and their diet is why they're so healthy. Their diet has a lot of fish and a lot of seaweed in it. And I'll be damned if I'm going to run down the Jersey Shore and start raking up seaweed and eating it because it's all polluted. And I've eaten medical waste and probably defecation, because the Hudson River dumps into the Atlantic Ocean and goes right down the Jersey coast. Every year they find medical waste and human feces and dirty diapers and everything all on the shore because it comes out of the Hudson River. But the Japanese are the most, and believe it or not, I had a list of the top 10 healthy countries. America is at the bottom. You know, we like to be number one on everything. We are last when it comes to a healthy diet. And in America, it said that the ethnic group that has the most health problems based on a diet is African Americans, because in the urban areas you have a lot of fast food places. That's the only option. And a lot of grease, a lot of sugar, and it has a lot to do, I guess, with where you live. And, you know, I go to a lot of urban areas when I'm looking at cars and stuff, and that's true. All you see is fried chicken places and McDonald's and all garbage food. Our diet in America is killing us, and that is a fact.
Yes, sir.
You cannot, even when I stop, like when I go to Arizona, I stop at a lot of Love's truck stops. They usually have the best gas prices. And you walk up and down the travel store, you walk up and down the aisles, all you see is sugar, salt, sugar, salt, sugar, salt. There's nothing healthy in that whole store. Nothing. So Americans' diets are killing us. And as you know, and I did it 36 years, when you're driving a truck, you don't have that many choices. You know, you can't go to the Whole Foods place and pick up some stuff and cook it. Very few people can cook in their truck, so you're pretty much stuck with eating garbage if you're a truck driver. And then, of course, the sedentary lifestyle makes you fat because you don't have any movement. You know, it takes a lot of willpower to be a healthy truck driver. And when I had the heart attack, I was overweight. I was 211 pounds. Then I started eating healthy after that. I usually stayed around like 175, maybe 180 at tops. But now that I've lost 10 pounds, I'm where the doctor told me I'm supposed to be 165 based on my height and body mass index and all that stuff. So that's what I am now, because I lost 10 pounds because you don't have an appetite with all this crap in your stomach. So I'm going to try to stay where I'm at. But the other thing I started doing was drinking a protein drink. It's called Ensure. I usually don't mention names, but it's really good stuff. And I checked with them today. I said, is it okay? You can't take anything that can possibly counteract the drugs. They won't let me take all my supplements like I used to, because the FDA has never tested them against these drugs. So I can't take them, and I miss them. So I started this Ensure because I didn't have the energy. Like, I'd cut the grass, I'd have to stop a couple times when I used to do the whole thing at once. So she told me the protein level was down. So I found this Ensure, and one little 11-ounce bottle is 30 milligrams of protein. You need 50 to 75, but it only has per day, but it only has 1 gram of sugar, because most of this stuff has sugar, and the cancer grows on sugar. So that's the last thing you want. So today I go up there and I brought the bottle with me, and I said to they have their own nutritionist, Emily. She is a smart girl. She comes in. I said, look, I'm taking this Ensure. Is this okay? It's helping me, but I don't want to counteract the drugs. And she said, yeah. I said, boy, this stuff is expensive. It's like $30 for a case. It's almost $3 a bottle. So she said, well, why didn't you call me? I said, for what? She said, I can get you that here. I said, you're kidding me. Today she gives me 2 cases.
Wow.
Now, I will have a copay. I do have a copay on all the drugs, but it's so minimal. It's like $5, $8. It's like 1/3 or even less of what the drug would cost. So I get all my drugs. The pharmacy's right there. When I leave, today when I left, I got all the drugs I need for this week, and I got my 4 hypodermics. I got to start that tomorrow. Got to give myself 4 shots to replenish the white blood cells, because it takes months for your body to do it itself, and you can't go for months without an immune system. So you got to. That's why I'm stuck in the house for those 4 or 5 days. So I'm still fighting the fight, and guess that's about it. I held up your time long enough, and hope everybody's doing well out there.
Thank you so much for the update. Yeah, and hopefully maybe on the next call. So I know they told him don't get your hopes up, but maybe this past day could be the final treatment. Yeah, that would be great news. I think he was originally slated for, I believe it was six treatments. So positive news that the tumor is responding very well, shrinking dramatically. All right, we'll get back to your calls as we roll into hour number 2 ahead here at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The heat is on for nearly 30 million Americans as are under heat advisories in the West and South. Extreme temperatures impacting those in Central California into Nevada and Arizona, as well as southern Texas. According to the National Weather Service, the heat not expected to break until Sunday in most places. Meantime, daily highs before Sunday could reach 110 degrees in Phoenix and Las Vegas. Men who stormed the beaches of Normandy to topple Nazi Germany are gathering once again in France for the 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion this week. Many of those veterans are now over 100 years old. First Lieutenant Wally King remembers flying close air support.
What we were doing was very dangerous work with low-level dive bombing and strafing. It was nothing but devastation when I saw it that time.
President Biden is set to join world leaders in France on Thursday to help commemorate the solemn occasion. The Food and Drug Administration is out with a new ruling. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration voting against using the psychedelic drug MDMA as a treatment for PTSD. The panel from the FDA found that the study has flawed data, questionable research, and the risks with the treatment were significant, being heart problems, injury, and abuse. MDMA, more commonly known as ecstasy or Molly, is part of a group of psychedelics, including LSD and psilocybin, that are expected to come before the FDA for review in the next few years as part of a look into the drug's medical potential, treating mental health disorders.
New York City's first in the nation traffic congestion pricing is being shelved indefinitely, the delay due to concerns about its impact on the city's economic recovery. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
President Biden is seeing more pushback on Title IX. USA's Ryan Daniels explains.
A pair of profs in Texas are suing the Biden administration over plans to expand Title IX rules on college campuses. The two professors, Daniel Bonavac and John Hatfield, are from the University of Texas and have filed as plaintiffs in a lawsuit brought by the Texas Attorney General's office under Ken Paxton. In the lawsuit, plaintiffs claim the federal government overreached. President Biden recently announced Title IX protections to include for sexual preference, gender identity, and pregnancy status.
Crews have successfully completed repairs on water main breaks in Midtown Atlanta that have caused businesses and residents to not have running water since Friday. Atlanta Democratic Mayor Andre Dickens believes that the water entering homes may not be safe without boiling at first.
The boil water advisory is still in effect until we get the all clear sign from the Georgia Department of Environmental Protection based on their guidelines. And we hope that that will happen at some point soon.
Older Americans are increasingly concerned about the future of Medicare. A West Health Gallup 2024 survey on aging in America says that nearly 3 in 4 Americans between 50 and 64 are extremely worried or worried about Medicare not being available when they become eligible for it. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, we will tee off hour number 2 underway. As we close out a Wednesday from time zone to time zone, 6th day of June. All right, welcome back. A couple of other folks checking in. Chicken Wing here. That's his handle. 37 years on the road, 4.2 million safe miles. Listening in from Georgia, laid up in the bed with cancer of the liver. I hate to hear that. Hopefully you could be like Lone Ranger. Get the positive news, right? which Dennis said, yeah, hope you're doing as well as you can at this time. God bless you, Lone Ranger. We wish you the best. Timothy is on board. A nice 70 here in Rocky Mount, Virginia tonight. And there's Kevin, says, hello, Steve and the overnight crew. Now, 24 hours ago, under the industry headlines, we were sharing the latest lawsuit being filed against New York's congestion pricing plan there, which was, this one was the trucking-specific plan. The seventh lawsuit to be filed against New York. I had no expectation. I think this caught everybody by surprise yesterday. I guess the governor's kind of getting the message here. In an unexpected turn of events, New York's controversial congestion pricing plan has been delayed indefinitely. Just before the toll collection was slated to begin, yesterday, Governor Hochul announcing she has ordered the Metropolitan Transportation Authority to indefinitely pause the congestion pricing plan. She cited the increasingly high price of groceries, housing, childcare, and other cost of living as reasons behind her decision. Now, approved by the state legislature in 2019, plans for the congestion pricing program started during the pre-pandemic conditions when more workers were in the office and tourism was at record highs. It was supposed to encourage motorists to switch to public transportation. Obviously, since then, many more have begun working from home. Additionally, inflation caused by the pandemic has led consumers to be more cautious in their spending, and congestion pricing could be the final straw for some New Yorkers in deciding whether to come into the city. Circumstances have changed, and we have to respond to the facts on the ground, not from the rhetoric 5 years ago. So after careful consideration, I have come to the difficult conclusion that implementing the planned pricing system risks too many unintended consequences for New Yorkers at this time. She added she plans to work with local, state, and federal leaders in the coming months to find a way to achieve the objectives of congestion pricing without putting undue strain on already stressed New Yorkers. Now, this is the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, as we shared last evening, facing numerous federal lawsuits challenging the legality of the program. In fact, Hochul mentioned the lawsuits when explaining MTA had been prepared for the possibility of delays. Less than a week ago, it was the Trucking Association of New York that filed the latest lawsuit. In the lawsuit, the Trucking Association focused specifically on the congestion pricing fees against trucks. Plan was to charge truckers as much as $54 every time they enter the central business district. Now, it was supposed to be passenger vehicles would be no more than $22.50 and only one toll fee for a day. Now, the lawsuit was the seventh challenge to the congestion pricing plan. The other six had similar arguments regarding the environmental review. You had one filed by Rockland County, New York, one filed by the United Federation of Teachers. The mayor of Fort Lee, New Jersey, had filed one. Residents of Manhattan's Battery Park City neighborhood. New Jersey's Governor Phil Murphy, and New Yorkers against congestion pricing tax. So the lawsuits were piling up. This was all that litigation was going to be ultimately long and drawn out. And, of course, lawyers cost a lot of money. Good morning, Senor.
Good morning, Senor. From the Ronald Reagan Highway in I-25, Colorado, just south of Colorado City. Colorado Springs. Hell, I don't know where I'm at. I know I'm going north to Denver. Well, let's see here. You know, they're talking about Hunter Biden lying on that application, saying he wasn't hooked on drugs when he was hooked on drugs. Well, you know, the silly thing is he ain't eligible to get a weapon to begin with because he was dishonorably discharged from the Navy. And when you get a dishonorable discharge, you don't have a say as to whether or not you can get a gun. You have been denied that privilege. So, I mean, you know, they ought to hammer him for, you know, just trying to get it with a dishonorable discharge. That's good to hear, Lone Ranger. Boy, I tell you what, he don't sound weak at all, does he? He sounds pretty strong.
He does. Surprisingly so, yeah.
Yes. So, you know, keep up the good work there, get better, and just hear you more on the radio there, bud. Oh, well, what else is going on? Heat waves. Now, folks, I didn't start it, you know, but I'm sure I'm going to get blamed for it. You know, it's funny, too, because the big push for electric vehicles. Well, now you're going to have a big push pull on the grid for AC, for air conditioning.
Absolutely.
And what are they going to say?
Don't plug your car in. Don't plug your car in.
Exactly. We're going to have rolling brownouts. Don't do it. Don't do it. And, you know, some of the places that have been hit by tornadoes, especially there in Texas, around my parents' place, around the Temple, Belton area, some people still do not have electricity. And it's like, I wonder who has the electric car and where they're getting their juice from. You know, probably a gas generator, a diesel generator. But I mean, really, you know, the tree huggers are not seeing the full picture. All they're seeing is you know, the big. They're not even seeing the big picture. They're just seeing a little bitty old pixelgraph or whatever you want to call them damn things. You know, it looks good. It sounds good. Everything looks good and sounds good until you put it into practice. I mean, hell, you know, a bumblebee. If you do all the figuring out, it says a bumblebee cannot fly according to the math. All I can say is it does a damn good imitation of flying.
Right.
Yeah, so, I mean, really, that's, I don't know. It's just absolutely crazy the way these people are. Now, I went, Monday morning, when I got in, I went to the local Chevy dealership where I bought my car. I'm having an issue with my passenger seat. It'll lock down in the lay-in position, but it won't stay locked in wherever whenever you put the back up. You're gonna fall right back down. You have to have it braced. So I went in and I was talking to the parts guy, with whom I known since I had been parts delivery for Snyder National on the GM and Ford accounts. Well, I was talking to him, and he was saying, you know, we were talking about the battery-operated cars. Because I asked him, I said, well, what are they going to use in NASCAR for next year? Are they going to use the Corvette? And he says he really didn't know. Says they don't have, he says they're not making the Camaro anymore. They're not making the Impalas. They're not making the Malibus. The only gasoline-operated car they got is the Corvette. And I said, well, you know, they wouldn't be in this pickle that they're in if they wouldn't have jumped on that green wagon. And he says, yeah, you're right. And he says, another thing you're not hearing about are all the battery fires that are happening to GM products. I hadn't heard that. And there's no reason for him to lie to me about that. Now, you know, General Motors is a very big company, and if they want to, they can keep these battery fires under the wraps. But he's saying they have a boatload of battery fires. And I asked him, I told him, I said, well, we were all poo-pooing the fact that they were doing a hybrid Tahoe. And, now they got these electric pickups. And he says, they don't have the pulling power. So they can barely pull 2,000 pounds. And if they can, they're not going anywhere near as far as what the battery says it's supposed to go. If the battery says, we're going to go 300 miles and discharge, hell, they might do 100 and then they have to charge up. And I said, I wondered what the pulling power was of the Tahoes that they had that were hybrids. And they said that you really did not have any pulling power because of the batteries. And he says, and when the battery went down and you went to the engine, it's only a 4-cylinder engine in those vehicles. So you really don't have any pulling power in that. And I mean, what vehicles they do have that have the engine, I mean, damn, 1.2 liter turbo. I mean, can you imagine a vehicle with a 1.2 liter engine that has to have a turbo to get up and go? I mean, you might get 40 miles to the gallon, but it'll take you forever just to get to 60. So, and if you can't pull anything with it, then what the hell? So, I asked him, I said, well, what about my car, the 15 Camaro? And he says, keep it, hold on to it. It's going to be worth something. I said, well, I have less than 72,000 miles on it now, and it's the 15. He says, oh, definitely keep it. I said, all right. So, and this is at the GM dealer in Albuquerque is Gallus Chevrolet. And Mr. Gallus had to put in a charger there on the property so they can, charge their cars up, or the customers can come in and get a car charge for their battery-operated vehicles. And he's already in $650,000. But, I mean, you look at the lot, there's not a lot of new vehicles on there. Oh, there's a boatload of used vehicles, but they're selling them at a premium price. So, that they're hurting. They're hurting bad. And, another thing I did is I asked them how much the hourly wage, the hourly, if I could talk, it'd be dangerous. I had asked them how much the labor was on working on these vehicles now. I said, was it 140, 150? He said it was $169 an hour labor. Some people can't even afford that. And they've got something on the vehicle that may be, a $20 issue, or it may be a $1,000 issue. But I mean, if you're going to be spent, if this takes 2 hours.
Yep. Over 300,
that's a lot
more
of
than
damn
$300
money. Yes.
for labor, 2 hours. Yeah.
I mean, good night. And the wife and I, we went to Sam's Club. She was going to buy a whole bunch of meat. I said, okay, I got the other stuff. I-25 closed ahead. Holy crap. Mile marker 125 northbound I-25 here in Fountain, Colorado. They got the interstate shut down, and they got, I guess they got a detour everyone's got to take. So keep that in mind, anyone that's out here in the West. But I mean, she bought $500 worth of meat. That sounds like a lot of meat.
Right. At one time it would have been. Well, nowadays, no. Yeah. I mean, some of the roast and whatnot, you look at $10 and $12 a pound. It's steak. Have you checked steak prices as of late? It's off the rails. I think we're going to be eating more tube steak on the grill versus real steak. for the summer of 24. Real quick, I got to get to a timeout here, but I did a quick check there because I couldn't recall. Was Hunter Biden dishonorably discharged? This came up in the presidential debate, the first debate back in 2020. And some of the statements were Hunter Biden, who was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Navy. And they said he did not receive a dishonorable discharge. Hunter, who has dealt with substance abuse issues, was handed what they call a less severe administrative discharge after failing a drug test for cocaine. So I'm not all up to speed on my military stuff at all, but whatever, an administrative discharge, not as severe as a dishonorable, for what it's worth. That is. We'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, see if he's out and about. You got the hip waders or the pontoon. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. The water seems to be receding a little bit. You can still cut the air with a knife. Get this, I actually still have my wipers working in delay because the air conditioning is actually causing the moisture in the air to condense on the windshield enough that you have to have your wipers on. So it's a good night when you're doing propane, delivering propane. You leave a little bit of that extra propane in the hose when you disconnect it, and it vaporizes out. And as I think I've mentioned a couple times there, propane has a boiling point of minus 44 degrees below zero, and out of the hose there, it's nice air conditioning there. You can sit there and get chilled by that vapor pretty nice. So it's not a bad thing to deliver propane when it's hot, but we certainly deliver more of it when it's cold. But that's a whole other story on its own. But thank you for the update there at the beginning of the show. We appreciate hearing all that information.
Sounds like things got a little roughened. So did you wake up to the tornado sirens? Was that in your area or?
No, I'm way north of that. I'm up by the Pennsylvania line, so we didn't have any of that stuff. I don't believe that they had down there around Gaithersburg and Rockville and down that area outside the northwest side of D.C. down there. That's Prince George and Montgomery County. I don't know. It always seems like the bad weather always comes through down there. I don't know. Maybe it aims for the politicians. I don't know. Do the AccuWeather guys, do they aim for things like politicians and stuff like that? I know they must aim for trailer parks because the trailer parks always seem to have the issues. But anyways, so now things seem to be receding here a little bit, and as you said, everything's kind of moving off to the northeast there. So I'm actually on my way up to Delaware at this point to see what things are like there, then ride down the Eastern Shore. I got to stop to take care of there, and then I get to go. Then I get to go south of D.C. So we'll have to see where all that ends up by morning. But anyways, no, as Heatwave says, it was good to hear Ranger there. I don't know. We haven't had to go through any of that personally with the family members, but I don't know. I guess we could call them family members, but if you remember a few years ago, I spent quite a few years, we had the dogs there that had the bone cancer, and we did a bunch of treatments with them. And a lot of this stuff that Ranger's talking about now with these treatments and everything, brings back a lot of memories, because we did pretty much the same exact course of treatments that he's going through now. And I remember there was the one drug that, well, I don't know, I guess it's a drug. Everything is a drug in its way. What he was talking about coating your stomach is, we used one called Carafate. I don't know if that's what he has or not, but it's almost like a chalky, and you grind it up, and we used to put it in water and actually get the Danes to swallow it down, so as he said, it coats the stomach lining to give an extra layer of protection from the drugs that we had to keep giving them. And of course, because the dogs can't talk, we have to give them all the drugs, where Ranger and that, he can talk to the medical people and decide what he needs to and doesn't need to take. But we always gave the anti-nausea medicine and a whole bunch of the other stuff. So
just to make sure, okay. Hey, hold the thought. We have to pause as we hit the bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Nearly 30 million people in the West and South will be under heat alerts and warnings starting today and lasting through the weekend. Extreme temperatures will affect Central California, Arizona, Nevada, and parts of southern Texas. California's Central Valley could reach triple digits. Las Vegas could hit 110 by Thursday. Women in Hunter Biden's life were testifying in his federal firearms trial in Delaware. The president's son accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while addicted to drugs in 2018. The prosecution called his ex-wife to testify, aiming to demonstrate Biden's drug use at the time he purchased the gun. Concerns about the future of Medicare are growing among older Americans. According to the West Health Gallup 2024 survey on aging in America, nearly 3 out of 4 Americans aged 50 to 64 express being extremely worried or worried about Medicare not being available when they become eligible. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, bada bing, right back at it here. So we mentioned in hour one the successful launch of the Starliner on its way to the International Space Station, expected to dock a little after the noon hour Eastern time today. We also got an update. SpaceX has got the license to fly today. The Federal Aviation Administration issued the launch license to SpaceX for the Starship Flight 4 test mission, which is scheduled to lift off no earlier than today from the Starbase facility near Boca Chica in southern Texas. As the name suggests, the Starship Flight 4 mission, the 4th test flight of the Starship and Super Heavy launch vehicle, stands nearly 400 feet tall, the world's largest, most powerful rocket. Okay, before the Starship can fly to the moon, SpaceX has to prove the shiny stainless steel rocket can actually reach orbit. As we know, they've flown 3 test flights to date. The failed debut April of last year. Second flight November that also failed to reach space. Then the latest number 3, March 18th of this year, which reached space for the first time before the vehicle and the Super Heavy booster were lost prior to reaching their final splashdown targets. So again, I have to double check on the timing there, but I believe again the countdown clock is thought that was supposed to take place somewhere in the noon hour. I'll double check for you there, but get back to that coming up. First, back to Horse Feathers. All right, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, yeah, I don't know. So, as I say, talking with Ranger, and it always brings back some memories of all that stuff. But, yeah, that was a whole nother lifetime ago at this point. But, anyways, I heard Heatwave there talking. He was riding up I-25 there going to Colorado Springs, and I thought maybe he was going to re-enlist in the Air Force, you know, because that's the home of the United States Air Force out there, Colorado Springs. And so I thought maybe he was going back out there to re-enlist there. But sounded like he was trying to go the rest of the way up the road a little bit. But anyway, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on other than a little bit of weather that rolled through here on this Friday Eve. Things seem to be quieting out, and I guess what you said, there's a front coming because we're still up 75, 76 degrees right now, and the humidity level is probably somewhere around about 112%. It's just not raining, but it's just. I feel like I'm in Florida, Your Honor. The humidity is terrible, but I guess we'll get through it here, and we'll figure out what's going on and see what we got for you. And if anything else comes up there, we'll let you know by the loneliest hour.
Very good.
If not, I'm not sure what I'll be doing for checking in because, as I said last night there, I'm taking Thursday into Friday off there, so I won't be there for the casual Friday. So just in case somebody doesn't say, casual Friday doesn't mean drive naked, but I'll be at the truck show there, the antique truck show in York on Friday, and so if anybody wants to look me up, send me a message or text me or something. I'll be wandering around there Friday, and then we have as I said, the big muster on Saturday. I need to post a flyer for that over there on the overnight drive. So if anybody wants to see the flyer from the muster, they can get the information about it. But that goes all day, 8 to 4 on Saturday, as well as the truck show still goes on Saturday as well. But I believe the truck show starts today. I think that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and as I say, the other deal we got going on has been going on since Tuesday, but the big thing we do is the muster on Saturday. So if all goes well, everything's planned on, we'll all be there, and the ward will be there pumping water on Saturday, and we're just hoping that you and the AccuWeather gods give us good weather there for the weekend there is all we're hoping for.
We'll do our best, yeah. After all this time, you haven't figured out how to be at two places at the same time? You can't be at the Antique Truck Show and the muster? Brother Rebler checks in here on a Thursday. How's your week been?
Howdy. It's been a while, ain't it?
Yes, it has.
It's been a while.
Yes.
Steve. I know. Hello to everyone out there. Praise God, all our listening audience, listening on terrestrial radio, as well as on Facebook, Rumble. I believe I saw we're back on YouTube. Or is that true?
That would be affirmative.
That will be affirmative until they get PO'd and boot us off again. And also listening to us on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app, which that's what I like to listen to on. A couple of shout-outs. I wanted to just say we are praying for Russell V. Miller. He's a security guard for Northrop Grumman. His wife and his mother-in-law. We're still praying for Miss Millie, our own Kentucky girl. Also, Dipsy driver, we're praying for him. Gary Montgomery, Bruce C. Stroller, who's right now stocking shelves at Costco, listening to us, Steve. He's got a friend that's got diagnosed with lung cancer, Vincent, so we're praying for him. And also, Todd Wheeler just got diagnosed with prostate cancer, and we're praying for him too. All our listening friends that are going through something, we just want to say we hold you up in prayer, and we're praying for you. And trust me, just because you ain't heard from me in a while, don't mean I don't stop and think about you and pray for you. Praise God. And as I told another listener, they were always afraid they were going to offend me by messaging me and asking for prayer or let me know what's going on. Well, first off, you're not going to ever offend me. You know, if you got something going on, you want to message me personally, man, you go right on ahead. If I don't respond to you immediately, trust me, I will get back with you. So, man, Steve, I got so much I want to talk about, but also hats off to the greatest generation, to all the men that stormed the beaches of Normandy 80 years ago this day. You know, there will never be another generation like that generation. You know, they were definitely the greatest. And last number I saw was either 189 or 198,000 left worldwide. World War II veterans left alive. And, you know, these brave men are leaving us left and right. So hats off to them for what they did. And you ever seen the movie Saving Private Ryan? That's about the most accurate description that you will ever get of what it was like. And, you know, our soldiers, and I know, you know, the Canadian soldiers, they suffered a lot of losses too. And I you know, and I'm sure that they, you know, that they get celebrated, but we took the toughest beachhead, which was codenamed Normandy. We have a guy who's a grandson of a airborne ranger who parachuted behind enemy lines. He's making the same jump his grandfather did. He's wearing the same uniform his grandfather used. He is an airborne ranger himself. He has made 64 jumps today as he takes one of the planes that they use. They remanufactured and using it. He's taking the same flight path that his grandfather took and going to jump out the same kind of model of plane that his grandfather jumped out behind enemy lines during the D-Day invasion. I think that's pretty cool, Steve. But what has our brother Rambler been doing? Well, let's see here. We had a great Memorial Day. We threw my brother-in-law, Mark, who just turned 40, a birthday party. We went in halves. See, we bought 8 slabs of baby back ribs, and I believe it's Larry Vaughn Jr. that does the barbecue competition. And I hope he don't choke me for saying this, but my wife, the way she does her ribs, she boils them and marinates them overnight. Then she throws them on the grill, gets them off the grill. She has this huge cast iron skillet pan that she'll put them in and put sauce on them and sear that sauce on. And that's how we ate ribs. We ate the ribs, we ate the hamburgers, hot dogs, Conecuh sausage. We had about 21 people over at the house, and we had a very great time. And of course, the 29th of May, I've been, I guess you would say, happily married for 20 years. And I know you've got me beat by a long country mile and some of the other listening audience. And I know we had Heatwave just got off the phone. I know him and Teresa just celebrated, I think, 15 years of wedded bliss, I believe it was. So yeah, you and the princess got us beat by a country mile. And we celebrated 20 years, went and seen the Garfield movie, which was actually pretty good. And went to a local eatery called BJ's Brew House, where I actually got New Orleans jambalaya, because I'm not going to lie, Steve, I was barbecued, and I never thought I would live long enough to see this or have this happen to me. I was meated out. I didn't want to even look at meat, because I done ate so much of it. We had so much leftovers that we ate ribs for like 4 days straight almost. So yeah, I didn't want to look at anything barbecue. I was definitely burnt out.
Wow.
So, you know, yeah, I know. I mean, yeah. Hey, Steve, there's only so much barbecue a redneck can eat, you know. But but you know, we've been having some great services over at Determined Ministries Church, and I just thank everyone for tuning in, giving us a shot. You know, we're easy to find, Steve. We're right there on Facebook. Just go to Determined Ministries Church. And, you know, we're getting excited for our baptismal service that is coming up July 28th. Man, I went and I've seen the place. It's a beautiful place that Mr. Lynn Presley has put us on at Presley's Outing. It's a little private area, and he don't mind us just, you know, going out in public, but, you know, we're going to have it on a Sunday. He's like, Brother Rambler, it's going to be packed to the gills, and I want you to be able to have, and your congregation to be able to have the best religious experience you can have. So they're going to put us on a private area, and we're all excited about that. And just got to remember what the Bible says in Acts 2 and verse 38, repent. It means you got to ask forgiveness for your sins and get saved. Repent first, baptism second. Repent first, baptism second. I know what the Lutheran standard is. I've studied it. I've studied the 91 thesis that Martin Luther nailed to the doors of the Catholic Church in 1519. I know what all that says. You don't have to preach doctrine to me. If you want to preach doctrine to me, we won't get into it on Steve Summers' show. You can always message me at Determined Ministries Church. Just go there and, or find me on my Facebook page, Perry, Brother Rambler, McDaniel. And we will gladly talk about it. Look, I'm not going to sit here and just get on Steve's show and just keep on preaching to people, because that's not what this show is about. But I will tell people words of encouragement. I want you to know that I love you. I want you to know that I pray for you. And no matter who you worship or what you do, what your habits are, I love you. No matter what you look like, how fat, how skinny, whatever it is, you'll never get any judgment from me. It was good to hear from the Long Ranger. I was hoping he was going to get on the rant about the deodorant. I laugh every time he gets on that rant, Steve. And let me ask you: have you went and bought that deodorant? Have you ever tried it?
No, the Lumi stuff. No, I've never tried it.
Well, I hadn't either, and I don't know if we got it. I know we got several Democrats that call up the show, and and they're almost all devil lettuce smoking hippies in the first place. And once again, I'm not trying to judge. I wonder if they tried the Lumi, the deodorant. But it always makes me laugh to hear Lone Ranger. He'll call up and he'll get into great detail about smeared it here and smeared it there, and it's like, good Lord, everybody need to take a shower,
right?
And he always references the female brands, the female. So, but it is good to hear from him, God's children. It really is. Well, listen, I don't took up too much of your time, and I miss talking to everyone. I miss being on the show, and I went so long without calling in, Steve, because number one, I was on vacation all last week, and I was actually not a nocturnal driver. I was actually sleeping at night, and sleeping good, by the way, too. And so now I'm back being nocturnal. I didn't want to call in the last few nights. I just was kind of sit back listening to everything. But, Steve, before I get off here, I sent you a story. I don't know if you read it or come across it, but it was just crazy about this woman that just picked out a random mother and child in a parking lot. I can't remember where it happened there, but just picked out a woman and a child in a parking lot and stabbed them to death for no reason. For no reason. I know I had sent it to you on. So I don't know if you come across it, or you may.
I did, and that's. It's mental health issues. Somebody's nuts.
Somebody's nuts, and
evil.
Once again, I'm not trying to preach demon possession. I can almost bet you, because I read the story twice, and the woman says voices, people, voices telling her to go do this. Man, that ain't nothing but classic demon possession. God's children. But like I said, you want to get into it with me, or chew the fat, kick the dust, always message me. Determined Ministries Church. You can message me right there, or my Facebook page, Perry Brother Rambler McDaniel. We're glad to get on to it if you need prayer requests or whatever. And we got well over 100 people on our prayer list. I just named off a few. There's well over a few 100 people that we pray for, Steve. And Steve, I thank you for allowing me to come on your show. Before I get off here, I'm not trying to be long-winded. I gotta mention something here. I'm on this neat site. Look, I'm looking at this neat site right now. It's called Steve Summers The Overnight Drive. And what you do when you go to this site on your Google or your Safari, you go to the little 3 lines icon. All right. I'm doing this now. You tap it, and it'll say home, where to listen, podcast, blog, about, and then it has shop. Now, I'm typing on shop. I just did this now. And, Steve, do you realize I see a 30-ounce travel mug for $19.95, baby? I see an official Steve Summers The Overnight Drive T-shirts, front and back. $14.95. But here's the best deal that I see on your website, Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, is a 50-cent stickers, baby. 50-cent stickers, baby. That means you can sit there and buy about 20 stickers and go put them on everything. You can put them on your wife's car, put them on your car, put them on your truck, your lunchbox, anywhere to promote the show. 50 cents. And, of course, I see also the Big Rig Duo. I see the Semi-Prevention Pack, Semi-Performance Pack. I mean, just the list goes on and on and on. So if you ain't got nothing to do, you're tired of hearing me ramble on, as hence the name Brother Rambler, just go to SteveSummersTheOvernightDrive.com, go to the shop page, and invest in the show. If everything's a little bit too expensive, at least buy a 50-cent sticker. I mean, we can all afford 50 cents, right? A candy bar don't even cost that much. Steve, thank you for taking my call. And remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I'll talk to y'all later. Goodbye. God bless. We love you, God's children.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All righty, coming up following our news break, top of the hour, we'll get the full update. John Dunlap, the NTPA Overnight Report. As, of course, we're gearing up for this weekend, Friday, Saturday. It's off to Iowa. The NTPA Farley Nationals. That'll be Friday and Saturday at the Raceway 300 Farley, Iowa. That's an NTPA Grand National event. Hot Shot Secret will be there. And hopefully, you'll be there too. It's a busy, busy schedule here, with especially the NTPA schedule. Now, the following weekend, it'll be another Friday and Saturday. We're actually going to be headed north of the border. Yeah, up into British Columbia. The Canadian Diesel Shootout. That's the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Taking place at Mission Raceway in Mission, British Columbia. You got the Truck Show and Shine and the Hot Rod Diesel Association Diesel Drag Racing. And yes, the Hot Shot Secret booth will be there for our friends north of the border. As the schedule goes on, in the month of June, you got the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. You got the NTPA Arcola Nationals coming up toward the end of the month. And how often do you get out to see the Hot Shot Secret booth on a Monday night? Well, that's because fair season is rolling around. July 1. That'll be a Monday night, Marion, Ohio, which is very close to the Hot Shot Secret headquarters. So we'll be there on a Monday night at the Marion County Fair. That's an NTPA regional national event with the Hot Shot Secret booth on site there. Just some of the events coming up on the schedule. But yes, Farley, Iowa this weekend. All right, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Do not mess with your emission control devices on your big trucks. We've had a number of stories in the last year or so, and this is just the latest we can add to it. The Environmental Protection Agency issuing a massive fine to a diesel company out of Kentucky for selling emission defeat devices. This past day, the EPA announced a settlement with Thoroughbred Diesel out of Winchester, Kentucky, to answer accusations that the company sold thousands of illegal aftermarket products that disable vehicle emission control systems, otherwise known as defeat devices. As part of the EPA settlement, Thoroughbred Diesel agreed to pay a civil penalty of $1,250,000. Wow. Also, as part of the agreement, the company agreed to stop selling the defeat devices and remove all advertisements, photos, videos, and info related to defeat devices from the company's website and social media accounts. That's a big set to the back to the pocketbook.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. The White House and its Democratic supporters are forcefully pushing back against a Wall Street Journal article that raises doubts about President Biden's mental acuity. The article cites instances where the 81-year-old Biden appears inconsistent in meetings and occasionally difficult to hear when speaking. White House officials have criticized the article for heavily relying on accounts from anonymous Republicans. Despite interviewing over 45 people, with most expressing concerns being Republicans, some Democrats also acknowledged observing these tendencies. The federal firearms trial involving Hunter Biden adjourned for Wednesday. One of the witnesses who testified in the Delaware courtroom was the individual who sold the gun to Hunter Biden. Allegations against the president's son include the illegal purchase and possession of a firearm while reportedly struggling with drug addiction in 2018. Prior to that, the prosecution called Biden's ex-wife to testify. Following her testimony, Biden's former girlfriend was called to discuss his history of drug use. Nearly 30 million people in the West and South are under heat alerts and warnings that will last through the weekend. Extreme temperatures will affect Central California, Arizona, Nevada, and parts of southern Texas. According to the National Weather Service, some areas in California's Central Valley could reach triple-digit temperatures, while interior desert regions like Las Vegas might hit 110 degrees by Thursday. Democrats are challenging their political opponents with a vote on a bill designed to prevent states from limiting access to contraception. Republicans are calling this a political maneuver.
Contraception's legal. To my knowledge, it's not in any jeopardy. And yet, Senator Schumer wants to schedule a show vote that suggests that somehow it is.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas accused Democrats of fear-mongering to divert attention from issues at the southern border and the surge of illegal immigration. And Boeing's Starliner mission has initiated its inaugural crewed test flight into space. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Police arrested at least 12 pro-Palestinian demonstrators after they barricaded themselves inside the Stanford University president's office in the early morning on Wednesday. The protesters had declared they would not vacate the premises until the university administration commits to divesting from Israel. Stanford issued a statement affirming its collaboration with law enforcement to ensure the protesters face the maximum legal repercussions. All students arrested will face suspension, and if they are seniors, they will be barred from graduating. Donald Trump is criticizing what he calls President Biden's sick smile in response to a question about Trump's New York conviction. In a Wednesday email to his supporters titled, "Do you see that sick smile?" Trump included an image of Biden smiling and walking out of a press conference after reporters asked about the verdict. Biden smiled, then continued on his way out. Concerns about the future of Medicare are growing among older Americans. According to the West Health Gallup 2024 survey on aging in America, nearly 3 out of 4 Americans aged 50 to 64 express being extremely worried or worried about Medicare not being available when they become eligible for it. Instagram is experimenting with a new feature, non-skippable ads. The platform recently introduced ad breaks, requiring users to view an advertisement before continuing to browse their feed. A Meta spokesperson informed TechCrunch the company is always exploring methods to deliver value for advertisers. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
First came a friendly Friday for 3 past champions. Then came a huge Saturday for 3 Hoosiers. This as the championship pulling caravan departs the Carolinas bound for corn country. From National Tractor Pros Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We have our first results to report from the 2024 NTPA Grand National Campaign, as the Galat Mule City 300 was conducted this past weekend with nearly 100 vehicles in attendance. Razor's Edge track conditions and the great unknowns of a fresh season resulted in some wild rides and dramatic finishes. Moments after winning the first GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified hook, R.J. Simon took his late Hall of Fame dad Rogers Simon Says four-wheel drive Chevrolet to a last-pass victory. The son and mother team of Grant and Renee Theobald nabbed first and third in the modified mini class. But for the other three divisions, past title winners showed their mettle. Defending Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock champ Brent Meyer went 1-2 with his own injected funds and the Simons Loud and Heavy John Deeres. Adam Spiegelberg fired his first shot toward title number 3 in light superstock with his Detonator Black Case IH. And the Rutten Deer of 2021 champ Robert Gansbier won the Superstock Opens opener. Saturday night brought 5 different drivers to victory lane after Simon had the only sweep in light mod. Mark Mangan reasserted his dominance with his Outlaw Bowtie four-wheeler, and Colton Whitworth had a breakout night in Light Super, powering his Yield Express and Bin Buster New Generation Deer entries to the top 2 prizes. But the surprises of the night belonged to 3 seasoned vets from Indiana. First, Kent Payne of Vietersburg took in Benson to ready his Super Rooster Diesel for his title defense. But Payne always pulls to win and held off the Alkies after an early 316-foot hook. Next, almost 30 years into a pulling career spent mostly as top crewman for the legendary Larry Kester, Ron Tobin of Huntingburg has a Grand National victory with the Kester family's Walk the Line Mini.
It really feels good to come out on top for once. After going stupid last night, I said, well, I can do my trick again, so I'm just glad it all worked out.
Audio courtesy of FullPole.live. And Tim Kaine of New Palestine closed out the night with his fist in the air as the 2009 Pro Stock champion Red Gambler came up 7s for the first time in 5 seasons.
Man, we got the setup just right. It was nice and smooth, and tires were digging and falling all the way to the end, and there couldn't have been any better.
Now it's on to Farley, Iowa, and 300 Raceway for the Farley Nationals, the reigning NTPA Grand National Pull of the Year, and the second leg of the Hot Shot Secret Bonus Series. The 2-night event is set for Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th, and on the NTPA's official streaming partner, FullPole.live. Classes competing at Farley include High Torque Super Farm tractors. High Torque manufactures the highest quality gear reduction starter motors on the market today. Their U.S. patented design maximizes the clearance considerations necessary for their customers' difficult-to-fit applications. Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors. CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive trucks. In addition to the Mayhill-owned Giant Puller tire, brands offered for sale by CM Pulling Tires include Firestone, Mitas, Parks, and Pro Puller, and wheel brands including Kaiser, Midwest, and Reel. 4-wheel drive trucks. Dr. Preload Super Semi Trucks. Headquartered in Fonda, New York, Dr. Preload is a product of Temper Axle, a company that has earned the trust of fleets around the world. Parent company Temper Corporation is a leader in specialized bearing adjustment solutions. And Multi-Engine Modifieds. Also on tap for next weekend are the Region 2 NTPA Megapole in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, and the Region 3 Showdown in Kurgtown in Ellsworth, Wisconsin, both on Saturday night. As always, NTPAPOLL.com for details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there you go, the full report. Farley, Iowa, this weekend, Friday, Saturday. Okay. Back to the calls here. Knucklebuster coming up momentarily. First, under the industry headlines, 2 seemingly separate decisions by Love's Travel Stops. One publicly announced, the other revealed through social media chatter. Together illustrate steps the company is taking to deal with what is seemingly a relentless, tight job market. The operator of truck stops announced on Monday tuition-free education and skill development in a program called Fuel Your Growth. Meanwhile, a spokeswoman for Love's confirmed some of the social media reports that the company is adjusting its overnight operating hours at some facilities. Now, the decision to make changes in operating hours, according to the spokeswoman, will be aimed at optimizing technician availability during peak hours. Both Love's Truck Care and Speedco locations are affected by the change, according to Love's. Now, Speedco is fully owned by Love's but operates separately. She added that most of the 268 affected locations are near a Love's Truck Care or Speedco location that will continue with 24-hour operations, including emergency roadside service coverage, so professional drivers will still have access to service during the greatest time of need. Now, the proximity of a Love's or Speedco that will continue to operate full-time will determine the cutback in hours at the facilities undergoing a reduction. Now, according to social media posts, stores with adjusted hours were notified of the change this past Friday. Changes have already begun and will be in place by the end of the month. Now, Love's this year has opened 2 new travel stops and reopened one that was remodeled under the Strategic Remodel Initiative. 5 new Speedco locations have opened this year as well. There are 4 new stores and 2 truck washes planned yet for opening this year. No openings have been slowed by an inability to secure adequate staffing. Now, Fuel Your Growth is being offered through a company called Guild, which describes itself as the leader in opportunity creation for America's workforce. Chief Human Resources Officer with Love says, when we make the decision to hire someone, we intend to support them from the day they're hired until they retire. By investing in the growth of our talented team, we meet them where they are in their learning and development journey while eliminating prohibitive cost barriers. The offerings in Fuel Your Growth are separate from existing training programs like learning to be a diesel mechanic. Instead, the spokeswoman said the program will focus on more traditional schooling, skill building, and career mapping. Access to the program will be available to employees after approximately 30 days of employment. Now, they listed some of the services available under the Fuel Your Growth as completion of a high school degree, undergraduate degree programs, obtaining various certifications and language learning classes. Career coaching is also available. Love's continues to offer a tuition assistance program called Learning with Love's in conjunction with the Oklahoma City Community Foundation. So I think down the line you can find out those locations. Let's see. They noted that hours of operation information can be found on their official website for Love's Travel Centers. So which ones are kind of cutting back? Knucklebuster on a Thursday morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Them Loves are pretty smart now. They've even got campgrounds built on the Love truck stop site there. Some of them do, where you can pull your RV in there, hook up, just stay right there for a day or two, and instead of taking up truck parking there, just plug your RV in and run it like it's supposed to there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Brother Rambler don't need to apologize for anything there, because he's doing just what preachers do all the time, and that's talk a lot there, right? They're real good at that. And we ain't slamming you either, Brother Rambler. Well, all this baloney I got here. Company that done all that, they'll hunt them trucks down, and they'll find the driver, and they'll find the boss man too. So, and it won't be cheap either for doctoring with these things there. So, better leave them alone. I like listening to Steve Summers overnight and dive on the app, because he's not going to delete himself. You're not going to delete yourself, are you, Steve?
I would certainly not expect to, no.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, since we've been talking about health problems tonight, there, side of my head is killing me today, Steve. Tennessee went to the gynecologist today, and she was telling me that her gynecologist is a woman, and a woman knows how to touch you without hurting you like a man would, a male gynecologist would. And I said, oh, did we get excited in the doctor's office? The next thing I felt was a fist upside my head, Steve. I can't get my ears to quit ringing there.
All right.
So, yeah.
And Knucklebuster, you're in between cells somewhere. Hello.
Well, am I back now?
There you are. Okay, welcome back.
Okay. Well, them bologna and hot dogs ain't no good for you either, but they wanted me to eat turkey bacon, so I got that carbon board oven roasted turkey breast and some thick sliced bacon there, and that's what I eat there. So that's sandwich meat. The more they slice that stuff there, the more triglycerides you get for it. And Cheerios has got less than 1 gram of sugar, the regular ones do, but it's got a lot of Roundup in there too, but they tell you that won't hurt you. But I think that's Crocker-Sam Houston Institute of Technology. 1 drop of it is too much for me. Here comes a couple of questions for you. What is the largest 2-digit number that looks the same upside down as it does right side up, Steve?
Well, 99.
96.
Oh, yeah, okay. Upside down. Yeah, 99.60.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The smallest one would be 69. If a woman tells you her nipples are pierced, Steve, what would the proper response be?
Prove it.
Yep, that's right. You got that one. Man, it thinks just like I do. I like that. If you're going to join a branch of the service, join the Marine Corps. They got the coolest looking uniforms. There are no ex-Marine. Once you're a brother, you're always a brother there. And the Reds and the Cards got a 4-game game at the end of this month, the 27th through the 30th, and I'm going to just say may the best team win. And, June is Gay Pride Month, Satan. So.
Yes.
But here's my suggestion. Yeah. If we spend a month celebrating God instead of celebrating sin, our nation would see revival and God would bless our nation. How about that? That's the way I'll end it. Well, with some steak instead of some bologna there. All right, have a great morning. You got a great show going, brother, but enjoyed it immensely.
Thank you. Good to have you with us as well. Yeah, good answer. It's 844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, back at it on a Thursday morning. Yeah, great to have you on board. Hope your week's going well. Now, we've had a lot of talk about cargo theft. My. If the continued rise in cargo theft wasn't enough to put carriers on high alert, one industry insider is noting a significant increase in thieves targeting high-value loads, according to the 2024 first quarter data from Overhaul, an Austin, Texas-based supply chain management company. There were 11 recorded theft incidents in which the estimated total loss exceeded $1 million. In comparison, the company recorded just one cargo theft that surpassed that value in the first quarter of last year. On the surface, targeted high-value goods might seem like an unwise undertaking for criminals. It involves high levels of planning, coordination, and can come with big consequences should a thief be caught. However, these obstacles do little to deter criminals for the simple, unfortunate reason that criminals have much to gain. The higher the value, the higher the potential reward. In total, Overhaul recorded 371 thefts in the first quarter this year. That's just over 4 thefts per day, a 38% increase from just a year ago. The combined value of the 11 events that exceeded $1 million accounted for 49% of the total loss value, though. As far as what types of loads are being targeted, the company said electronics remain at the top of the list, including a number of incidents where thieves stole computers, monitors, cryptocurrency mining machines, and telecommunication equipment. They also noted a recent rise in the theft of pharmaceuticals, which it said can easily be sold on the black market for a sizable profit. They added, in addition to targeting high-value commodities for cargo theft, thieves have become wise to the fact that shippers often transport multiple high-value goods at once. This means the potential rewards are even greater via the theft of a single tractor-trailer. In other words, rather than risk stealing several less valuable loads, they'll choose to go after the single, more valuable one. Now, many shippers lack the cargo security features to help deter this. In these cases, they might assume that others will be targeted instead of them, or they don't realize cargo theft, they don't think it's as bad as it's made out to be. Unfortunately, this is far from the truth. Statistics show the situation for high-value loads may be getting even worse. When it comes to cargo theft, it isn't just the dollar value that's rising, it's the total number of incidents. First quarter data from CargoNet out of New Jersey said that carriers are combating cargo theft. The company declared that theft incidents have reached new highs. CargoNet documented a staggering 925 incidents, a 46% increase compared to the first quarter of last year. In addition, some of the uptick in incidents can be attributed to some of these complex fraud schemes. The vice president of operations, in a recent interview with Landline, said incidents of strategic theft through fraud and other deceptive acts has increased 700% in some areas of the country. That from Landline magazine this past day and the folks at OOIDA. All right, so let's get started with Philip here on a Thursday morning. How about it? Starliner's on the way to the space station.
It sure is. Yep, I would think they would be hooking up probably this morning. They said it's usually a 24-hour deal to get up there to where it was going to go. So we'll see if we should get her off up there. It was a good launch. I mean, I didn't see the launch myself. I was busy working in a building on a platform, but my wife took some pictures of it. She said it looked really good. She said it was not as dramatic as the SpaceX ones, but it was cool. That was it. I'm glad they got them up there, got it going. Let's see if we can finish it out, get hooked up, and then spend our time up there and then come back. The landing is going to be the interesting part, Steve. They're actually going to come back and land on land. They're not going to land on water like SpaceX does. So we're going to see if those big airbags work on that thing when it hits the ground. So, and then you know what's happening this morning, right, Steve? So we'll see if that one gets off the ground too. That one there is going to be pretty huge. Anybody's out around Texas, South Texas.
I meant to pull up. I didn't have the time. Is that supposed to be like the noon hour, or do you know off the top of your head?
The window starts at 8 o'clock in the morning. Now, I think that's 8 o'clock their time because it's Central Time. And their window runs, I want to say till noon. So anywhere between 8 and noon. They don't give a definitive launch time. SpaceX doesn't. They on that Boca Chica stuff because they shut down the roads and it's testing. It's all under that testing banner thing. But if you watch their feeds, when their feeds come up, they'll pull a T clock up and then you'll know when it's going to go. 10-9, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, it's all going to be pretty much. If you watch the SpaceX feed, it's going to be on X. If you don't want to watch SpaceX and you got YouTube, you can, NASA Spaceflight or any of those channels on YouTube will be carrying it. It's going to be a pretty good launch, I think. Hopefully they can get it to where they need to and come back this time. You're talking about thefts and trucking and stuff there earlier. That was something that always amazed me, Steve, especially with RFID stuff they got on these little chips they could put in.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, hold the thought there, because, news break, bottom of the hour, 29 past. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Nearly 30 million people in the West and South will be under heat alerts and warnings starting today and lasting through the weekend. Extreme temperatures will affect Central California, Arizona, Nevada, and parts of southern Texas. California's Central Valley could reach triple digits. Las Vegas could hit 110 by Thursday. Women in Hunter Biden's life were testifying in his federal firearms trial in Delaware. The president's son accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while addicted to drugs in 2018. The prosecution called his ex-wife to testify, aiming to demonstrate Biden's drug use at the time he purchased the gun. Concerns about the future of Medicare are growing among older Americans. According to the West Health Gallup 2024 survey on aging in America, nearly 3 out of 4 Americans aged 50 to 64 express being extremely worried or worried about Medicare not being available when they become eligible. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Thursday. Philip is correct. Did a quick search. SpaceX targeting, it says here, an 8 a.m. Eastern time launch. 8 a.m. Eastern. Let's see, from Boca Chica. That time could change a bit ahead of schedule. But it's a great target to time your watch party, they say. SpaceX will offer a free live webcast of the launch beginning at about 7:30 a.m. Eastern. You can watch the live stream on space.com, courtesy of SpaceX. But flight number 4 from the Starbase in Air Boca Chica, there's a 120-minute window in which to launch, so they can lift off any time between 8 and 10 a.m. Eastern Time. As is the case with all developmental testing, the schedule is dynamic and likely to change, so be sure to stay tuned to our X account for updates, according to SpaceX. All right, there you go. So that's we know the rest of the story. But so anytime 8 to 10 a.m. this morning Eastern.
Yep, about 8 to 10, around in that time frame. So, gonna be cool. Going to be real cool. One thing to watch for is when it comes back, they're actually hook up with the Starlinks, and you'll actually be able to see the plasma and all that stuff happening as it happens in real time. You can't see that now because there's a blackout period. You know, Steve, like we've watched all the Apollo 13 and all these movies, and there's always that blackout period when a spacecraft comes back through the Earth's atmosphere that we've had for years. Well, we don't need that. We don't have that no more with the Starlink satellites, because then the vehicle can communicate with them, send them the data, and they know exactly what's going on with the vehicle with video footage.
Really?
Or any kind of telemetry or anything going. Yes, absolutely. They have the ability to do that. That's the reason why it's so adamant that we get these Starlinks up. That's why they've been launching like they have, like crazy, trying to get them up there, because it goes from the Starship to a Starlink satellite, and the satellite beams it back down to the Earth. And then they pick up the signal, and they can see in real time what's going on with the ship. Now, that's stuff we haven't seen ever. And it was on the last flight number 3, you could actually see the plasma starting to build around it before it destroyed itself, which was it was cool. You could actually see it happening real time, not something that has been taken, like there's footage of the shuttles and that with the plasma, but, you know, that was taken, video was taken, and later on it was pulled out, and who knows, it could have been edited. You never know. So, that's pretty cool stuff. It really is. Now, you were talking about the theft in the freight industry now. Steve, why have there been so much electronic freight in the last few years? Because isn't a lot of the electronic stuff that's out there now trackable, Steve? Isn't a lot of it trackable?
I mean, yeah, you mentioned the RFID chips and the tags and stuff. I mean, it seems like they would be able to inconspicuously place some of that on high-dollar loads to know where it's at.
I just can't understand it, because we have air tags. Apple makes these things called air tags. You pay a ton of money for them, and you can put them on anything, and they can see where that tag is in anywhere in the world with GPS. You know, we got our telephones. If your telephone's lost, you can do a tracker and check out where your telephone is. I'm pretty sure it's the same way with an iPad. You know, I never could understand why they couldn't do that with a computer as well. Any kind of electronic devices. But I will tell you one thing, in all this technical stuff, Steve, has anybody ever thought about why we want to go autonomous, or why we want to have electric cars, or why we want to do it this way? Do you think it's about control, Steve? Do you think they might want to control us a little bit better out here?
I would venture you're thinking along the right lines. Isn't it always about control with government?
Well, think about it, Steve. Say you get a DUI. Everybody's got an electric car. Everything's autonomous. Even if you're not driving the car, but you're caught in the car with the alcohol and you still get a DUI, you're driving under the influence. Consider that. We'll just shut your car down. Make it to where you can only go to work. From this time to that time, you can only run this certain route. If you run out of route, it shuts the car down. Somebody's running away from the police. Shut the car down. Say we have a missing child. We have an Amber Alert. If that Amber Alert is in a car that's electric and it's autonomous, we can just shut the car down. If there's a report of that car with a tag. I mean, with all the tag readers that we have, and we know we can locate vehicles now and all that kind of stuff, shut it down. Our big trucks, they could check your load in real time. You know, think about it. I mean, we could go to Amazon and we could see where a package moves from point A to point B. Well, you know what? There might be a time in the day that you'll be able to see it down to the second where something is in the world. And I know that's scary stuff to say, but I think it's coming. You know, and I think that's what a lot of this is, and a lot of people don't look at that picture, and I'm not trying to scare nobody by no means, but it's all about control, you know? it's easier just to shut something down and get it out of the way than it is to, spend hours and money and trying to figure out where they're at. And when they might be running from the law, and somebody might get hurt, keeping people from getting hurt. And Steve, that's what all this is going to be brought about. That's what's pushing it, is safety. Have you ever noticed, Steve, when something happens, we got to put that word in there, safety?
Yep.
To make it go along further. I mean, if you sit back and you look at it, we've had the discussions over the years on here about guns. What word has been brought up? Safety. We've talked about underbars for trucks, safety. We talked about ELDs, safety. We've talked, it comes up every time. And that's the word that they're going to throw up every time. Well, for your safety, we need to do this, Speed limiters, safety. There we go again. There's that word. We limit the speed of a truck. We're gonna make it a lot safer place for everybody. So this is food for thought. We need to think out of the box every now and then. It's not being conspiracy or anything like that, but it's something to think about. So y'all have a good day, and thank you for having me, buddy.
All right, yeah, and I truly hope Starship can actually get up and come back. That they've got to accomplish that before they can even begin thinking about trying to head out to the moon. So you got an email from Vic this past day. Very interesting as far as for the postal carriers out there. For whatever reason, my Turbo is, for the most part, a pretty friendly dog. He might bark at a stranger, somebody walking the neighborhood that he doesn't know. But for as well as he knows the mailman, he'll bark his head off like he wants. Well, I don't know. What is it? The uniform? The mailman, and if it's a UPS, if it's an Amazon, he goes crazy on the delivery people for some reason. Now, he's never bit one, but we've got him in the fence. I don't think he would bite, but I don't know. Incidents involving dog attacks on Postal Service employees rose to more than 5,800 cases last year. As part of the U.S. Postal Service 2024 National Dog Bite Awareness Campaign, they're offering crucial information on how dog owners can be good stewards for safe mail delivery and ensure the safety of their employees. The campaign started this past Sunday and runs through this Sunday, June the 9th. This year's theme is, don't let your dog bite the hand that serves you. Letter carriers are exposed to potential hazards every day, none more prevalent than a canine encounter. All it takes is one interaction for a letter carrier to possibly suffer an injury. We constantly encourage responsible pet ownership. The National Dog Bite Campaign is an effort to promote dog bite awareness to keep our customers, their dogs, and letter carriers safe while delivering the mail. Letter carriers know all dogs can bite, even those perceived as not aggressive. Dogs are generally protective of their turf, and dog owners have an important responsibility to control them. Most people know the approximate time their carrier arrives every day. Make sure to secure your dog before the carrier approaches your property. When a letter carrier comes to your home, keep your dog inside the house or behind a fence, away from the door or in another room, or on a leash. Now, interesting how if your dog happens to get out and bites the mailman or mailwoman, you know how much it could cost you? According to the most recent information available from the Insurance Information Institute, the average cost per insurance claim for a dog bite is $64,555. When a postal employee suffers an injury, the owner could be responsible for medical bills, lost wages, uniform replacement cost, and pain and suffering for the employee. Wow. course, when a carrier feels unsafe, mail service can be stopped until the carrier feels safe enough to restart delivery. The mail will have to be picked up at the dog owner's local post office. If a carrier feels a house or neighborhood is unsafe to deliver the mail, there's no way to inform residents that their mail has been suspended. The residents would have to contact the supervisor at the local post office for more info. The residents would also have to pick up their mail at the post office until it is safe to resume delivery. If a dangerous dog issue is not resolved, owners can be required to rent a post office box to receive their mail. They had the top 20 cities for dog bites. Number 1, Los Angeles, California, followed by Houston, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, St. Louis, Missouri, then Cleveland, Ohio rounds out the top 5. San Diego, California, Dallas, Texas, Cincinnati, Ohio at number 8, Philadelphia at number 9, and Columbus, Ohio at number 10. Several Ohio cities right there, mine in the top 10 as a matter of fact. All right, back to the phones we go at 844-844-3388. Eagle checks in this Thursday morning. How we doing out there, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm out here on the road. Yeah, Steve. Hey, do me a favor. I had a bad day today. If Son Dunch calls in, immediately put him to the top of the list of callers because I need something to laugh about. Every time he calls in, I damn near run off the road laughing. So please put him to the top of the list because I need something to laugh about. Okay, now let me move on to a very important subject, Steve. I'm not going to say too much about this situation. I got to get more details on it. But I've heard some very disturbing news about Donald Trump and his future coming up on July the 11th. I'm not going to say any more about it for right now, but it's not good. Let's just put it that way. So we'll see how it goes the next couple of days and weeks before I make further comments on this Trump situation. But I will say something about this Joe Biden situation, Hunter Biden. Hey, listen, Steve, this guy here, Hunter Biden, is one of the lowest of the lowest scumbags involved in the history of Washington, D.C. This guy here, he did the ultimate. You can't get no lower than that, Steve, and I don't care. People can call in and disagree with me all they want, but they got evidence. They got it. They sitting there. His wife was in the courtroom today and said he's a drug addict. Those drugs that was found in that White House a couple months ago, you best believe they belong to Hunter Biden, brother. And I don't want to hear no nonsense about some damn tourist forgot to take his drugs with him after he took a tour of the White House. Keep on believing that. And you just like you believe Joe Biden won the election too. So here's how it goes, Steve. This guy here, Hunter Biden, his own old lady, Hunter Biden purchased a weapon, even though he was a felon under the influence of drugs. Not what Eagle say. That's what his wife said in the courtroom today, brother. That you are not allowed to buy a firearm if you are a felon under the influence of drugs. Am I right or am I wrong, Steve?
Well, correct. I don't know that he was a felon at that point, but he was a drug addict.
Okay, well, you're not allowed to do that by a firearm. And his wife verified that today in court. But see, here's what really makes me mad about the whole deal, Steve, is you and I both know nothing is going to happen to Hunter Biden. That's why he walks into that courtroom with a smile on his face, because he knows that his dad has the DOJ, Department of so-called Justice, bought and paid for. Only man that serves any kind of penalty in Washington, D.C., and you know what his name is, that's Donald Trump. He's the only man that they're concerned with locking up and throwing the book at. The Hunter Biden, you can best believe when it's all said and done, he'll be free as he was, free as a bird. ain't a damn thing. Just like his father, and just like his father is going to continue to avoid the law, even though he's a lawbreaker. He's already committed all kind of crimes in the 3 short years he's been in the White House, Steve. But it's just like I told you months ago. I don't get upset about it no more because nothing is going to happen. If I keep hearing people like Sean Hannity and Mark Levin and some of these other what's his other guy, Bongino. They keep talking day after day after day after day. Biden did this. Hunter Biden did that. The Democrats did this. Democrats did that. But guess what? After all the talking, when it's all said and done, not a damn thing happens to these people. That's why it's not even worth talking about anymore. Until we get a change in leadership in the White House, there's nothing going to happen. All the time that they're spending in the courtroom, Steve, with Hunter Biden and the other situation, Mayorkas, Dr. Fauci, and any of the other losers, ain't a damn thing going to happen to none of them because, like I said, the DOJ is for the Democrats, and it's really a damn shame. So all these people out there, you can just go ahead and turn off your radio and stop listening to the Hannitys, Bondinos, and all that because everything they tell you ain't a damn thing going to come true because like I just said a few minutes ago. Now let me say this right quick, Steve, about this other situation. That's a joke, and that goes back to the Donald Trump. If Donald Trump can hear me tonight, I'm giving Donald Trump some valuable advice. Dude, I'm hearing a very bad rumor that Donald Trump might be interested in Dr. Carson as his vice president. I'm telling him right now that you think Mike Pence was a disaster, brother. He's worse than Mike Pence. You better find you another man to run with. If you planning on running in the White House, you better find you another running mate. He ought to try Margaret Green out of Georgia because this woman speaks her mind and she gets the job done. Ben Carson is a joke, and he's been a joke. So Donald Trump, if he want to get in the White House, if he thinking that he gonna get blacks to vote for him, I got bad news for him. Most blacks that I talk to hate Ben Carson. He'll actually turn off blacks, and this is coming from a black man. He'll actually turn off blacks from voting for him if he makes Ben Carson his vice presidential candidate. So he better make another move and put somebody else in that position if he has serious intentions on getting in the White House. And one other thing I wanted to talk about right quick, Steve, is the other deal with the so-called border crisis that Joe Biden he claims that he's so concerned with all of a sudden. These people that are coming in, we just had in New York City, Steve, they trying to keep it undercover, but we just had 2 Venezuelan individuals that were not supposed to be in the country shot 2 NYC police officers over the weekend. 2 Venezuelan individuals did this, and guess who released them out? They've already been in trouble with the law, and guess who the district attorney was that released these people back in the street? The same man that's concerned with Donald Trump, big fat Alvin Bragg out of New York City. So you could thank him for next time you hear about some more Venezuelans committing crimes in New York, just think about him because he's the man that's turning them loose to the street. So Mr. Bragg, why you worried about Donald Trump, brother? You need to be worried about all these illegal immigrants that's roaming your streets of New York, creating all kind of havoc. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. I did a quick search, and I mean, the very latest, from yesterday, as a matter of fact. I mean, there's everybody speculating who might Trump pick as a VP, which he's pretty clearly said he's not going to make any sort of official announcement till right about the time the Republican National Convention gets underway. But I've not heard the name Dr. Carson at all in any reporting. Of course, Dr. Carson did play a part in Trump's first administration. He very well may. What was he? Housing and Urban Development, I think, which was kind of an odd position. But either way, you would have thought some sort of with the medical background and all. But either way, Yahoo News this past day said that insider sources say Trump's narrowed his search down to 4 potential VP candidates. Yeah, the source tells the outlet the search is concentrating on North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. You've got U.S. Senators Marco Rubio of Florida, Tim Scott of South Carolina, and J.D. Vance of Ohio. Another insider tells NBC News it's down to a three-way battle. He says Burgum, Rubio, and Vance. Now, the outlet stated it's not known which of the potential running mates, has been asked to provide vetting material to the campaign. Trump said very little about what he's looking for in a running mate, but he has spoken positively about several names. Pundits speculating he wants someone loyal who can raise money and somebody who does well on television. At a Mar-a-Lago gathering, Trump had a closed-door fundraising featuring several vice president contenders. The next day, several were actually out campaigning for Trump. This weekend, we had 15 people. They're all out there campaigning, Trump said. In Wisconsin, several days later, it might actually be more effective this way because, every one of them think they could be chosen, which that's so you keep more people on the ground out there maybe trying to help you out because they all want the opportunity to be the VP pick. That makes sense. Keep them in limbo, right? All right, no mention of Dr. Carson there. But with that, we'll close out another hour. Coming back with more as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. We will welcome you into the 6th day of June of 2024, the 80th anniversary of D-Day.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The man who sold the gun to Hunter Biden spent some time on the stand in his federal gun trial in Delaware. The president's son is accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while being addicted to drugs in 2018. A report in the Wall Street Journal suggests President Biden has been showing signs of slipping behind closed doors, adding he appeared slower when holding discussions with lawmakers. Friend and longtime Delaware Democratic Senator Chris Coons refutes the article in an interview on Fox News, adding it didn't include some important information.
They didn't use quotes from those of us
who serve with President Biden, who know him, who have had the opportunity up close and in personal in meetings in the White House or in events publicly or privately, to give affirmation that he is sharp, he is engaged, and he is commanding.
3 House committees have officially sent criminal referrals to the Justice Department alleging both President Biden's son Hunter and brother James lied to Congress when they sat for closed-door interviews. The committee chair claims it was all a calculated effort to shield President Biden from their impeachment inquiry. House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Republican Jason Smith from Missouri says no one is above the law.
Hopefully, the Justice Department will act accordingly and make sure that Hunter Biden's held to the same standard that any other American would be held to.
A widespread heat wave is baking millions of Americans in the desert Southwest. Temperatures in Phoenix and Las Vegas could reach 110 degrees on Thursday. Temperatures remaining in that 105 to 110 degree range for Friday and Saturday, with the heat only expected to break on Sunday. You're listening to USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Democrats on Capitol Hill are putting contraception front and center. USA's John Schaefer explains.
Democrats are challenging their political opponents with a vote on a bill designed to prevent states from limiting access to contraception. Republicans are calling it political theater.
Contraception's legal. To my knowledge, it's not in any jeopardy. And yet, Senator Schumer wants to schedule a show vote that suggests that somehow it is.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas accused Democrats of fear-mongering to divert attention away from the issues at the southern border.
New York City's congestion pricing program has been indefinitely delayed just weeks before it was set to take effect. The program would have charged car drivers $15 to enter the core of Manhattan. New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul making the announcement on Wednesday, saying that while the program has its environmental benefits, implementing it now when the city continues to recover from the pandemic is not the right time.
This decision is about doing what's right for the people who make our city thrive. It's about standing up for the hard-working men and women who get up every single day, do their jobs, and just want a fair shake.
The ballots for Major League Baseball's All-Star Game are now live. Fans have until noon Eastern on June 27th to vote for who they want to send to baseball's Midsummer Classic in Arlington, Texas. Votes can be cast up to 5 times every 24 hours on MLB.com, team websites, and the MLB app. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up
up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another hour just like that. Welcome to our friends on the West Coast into a Thursday. Go back some of the folks checking in over the past hour via the Facebook feed. Russell is on board. Good morning, Steve. Getting out here a little late tonight. Hope all is well at the Secret Bunker. Mostly cloudy here, Dayton. Glad to hear the Lone Ranger. And good news. Truckers, be careful out there, safe to your destinations. Everyone be mindful of today. D-Day, 80 years ago, all those young men, 18 or 20 years old, those that survived became men that day, but many died that day. Thankful to all those men who sacrificed so we could have our freedoms. Thankful to all the veterans who are still living, who were part of that day. Also want to thank all the vets who have served and sacrificed. Thank you, Steve, and your family. Have a good day. Everybody be careful out there. Very good. And then Roki had posted about 30 minutes ago. He said the D-Day amphibious landings all started at 6:30 a.m. local time there on June 6th of 1944, which would have been like 12:30 a.m. Eastern time. So at this point, 80 years ago, our boys had been hitting the beaches for several hours. It was reported that most of the U.S. 2,500 casualties, killed, wounded, or missing, occurred in that first 2 hours. Well, so Shorty had, and we mostly know this, but this was the day that brought together, June 6, 1944, brought together land, air, sea forces, Allied armies that would become known as the largest amphibious invasion in military history, according to the Dwight D. Eisenhower Presidential Library Museum and Boyhood Home in Abilene, Kansas. Given the code name Overlord, delivered 5 naval assault divisions to the beaches of Normandy, France. The code names, of course, the beaches, Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword. The historic invasion force that landed on this date included 7,000 ships and landing craft manned by over 195,000 naval personnel from 8 Allied countries and almost 133,000 troops from the United States, the British Commonwealth, and Allies. The buildup to D-Day was highly coordinated. In May of 1944, the Western Allies were finally prepared to deliver their greatest blow of World War II, a cross-channel invasion of northern France. General Eisenhower was supreme commander of the operation that ultimately involved the coordinated efforts of 12 nations. Following deliberation, it was decided that the landing would take place on the long, sloping beaches of Normandy, and it was there that the Allies would have the element of surprise. The German High Command expected the attack to come in the Pas-de-Calais region, north of the River Seine, where the English Channel was narrowest. It was there that Hitler had put the bulk of his panzer divisions, after being tipped off by Allied undercover agents posing as German sympathizers that the invasion would take place in the Pas-de-Calais. The invasion conducted in two main phases, airborne assault and amphibious landings. Shortly after midnight on June 6, over 18,000 Allied paratroopers were dropped into the invasion area to provide tactical support for infantry divisions on the beaches. Allied air forces flew over 14,000 sorties in support of the landings, and having secured air supremacy prior to the invasion. There were challenges of mounting a successful landing. A surprise was an essential element of the plan. It was especially daunting as the English Channel was notorious for its rough seas, unpredictable weather, and the enemy had spent months constructing the Atlantic Wall, the 2,400-mile line of obstacles. By daybreak, thousands of paratroopers and glider troops were already on the ground behind enemy lines, securing bridges and exit roads. The amphibious invasion began at 6:30 a.m. By day's end, approximately 156,000 Allied troops had successfully stormed the Normandy beaches. The British and Canadians overcome some opposition to capture beaches codenamed Gold, Juno, and Sword, as did the Americans at Utah Beach. The Germans were aware of the importance of the sector designated Omaha Beach, which the Allies would need to connect and secure the beachheads together, and they made sure it was heavily defended. Fortifications and elevated terrain meant the American landing on Omaha would be the bloodiest on that day. 80 years. Wow. Good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Hey, you're talking about how they kind of fooled the Germans, that they were going to land a little farther up. Steve, the United States, they made all these tanks and armored vehicles out of plywood. And that was helped to convince the Germans that that's where they were going to land at. Just remember seeing that. But Steve, man, you know, that generation, I want to take you back to Saving Private Ryan. When they got them Army, Marines, mostly Army, I believe them boats were called the Higgins boats, the transport boats that dropped the personnel on the beach, you know, when they cranked that front ladder came down, it would hit the water. But man, you remember that, Steve, when them guys are in that boat, right? And they're on their way to the shore. And they get there, man, and that gate dropped. Man, could you just imagine?
No.
You know, and to be honest about it, I mean, if you're a German, man, you wake up, daylight comes upon them, and they look out on that channel and see all them boats. Pucker factor, right?
Yep.
You know, Steve, to think this can't happen again, man. I sent you one of the first emails I sent you earlier was Putin making comments. Apparently, I guess the big guy authorized some of our cruise missiles given to Ukraine to be used
in Russia
and launched to strike cities deep inside Russia.
And they did earlier this week. They used American weapons. So that's what I don't know what we're thinking.
Steve, this ain't like a 88 millimeter mortar or something. You know, 80 millimeter. We're talking like 2,000-pound bombs, man. I don't know. To think that evil people that want to destroy humanity can't get somebody to overreact and push that button. Think it can't happen? Can't happen, man. And we got Joe Biden carrying around the nuclear codes. Ain't that a relief? Jeez. And I guess that other email I sent about the meetings that he's having in the White House. Can't stay awake, falls asleep.
Yep, right. And they've been mentioning that in the news. I mean, that was a Wall Street Journal story, which would not be considered an anti-Biden or a conservative publication. Now, many of them, I guess the Democrats are all bent out of shape about it. Nancy Pelosi, and heard the guy, the senator from New York or whatever, saying, well, they didn't get any quotes from those of us. What do you say? He is sharp, engaged, and what was the other word? It's like, are you kidding? What we see him on television on a daily basis, mumbling and stumbling and bumbling.
Yeah. Steve Bongino made up a good point. He said everybody in this meeting, right, most of them are Democrats. And the reason they didn't want to identify themselves is because they're Biden Democrats. Listen, this is his inner circle that's starting to turn on him now. If they were Republicans, they would have came out and said who they were. Republican Jim Jordan, whoever. Mm-hmm. But because they're anonymous, I don't know. But hey, man, look, trial with Hunter ain't going too good for Hunter. Does that mean we're going to get a conviction? No. Steve, here's what's funny. Is we had this trial with Trump with literally no evidence. They still don't know what crime has been committed.
But he's guilty of all.
It was a laughing joke.
Mm-hmm.
They find him guilty, and there's going to be overwhelming evidence against Hunter, and he's going to be found not guilty.
I spoke to someone other day, and they said that they kind of feel like they're getting this trial for Hunter behind them because Biden can pardon him.
Yeah, Steve, nothing's going to, they're in charge, right? We're not. Man, his ex-wife, boy, some of her testimony today. He's smoking crack every 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He left me and the kids, and well, actually, she left him because of all the dope use. But he was like, he pretty much just wrote the kids off. Then they bring in the ex-girlfriend. She's saying the same thing. And there was Mommy Jill sitting back listening to all this, probably for the first time. Who knows? I mean, they all knew he was an addict. But Steve, to go back to the last night I mentioned that their defense is going to be, listen, man, he was in denial. So therefore, he wasn't lying on the application. Come on, man. That's absurd. We all been in a bar, right? We're at a party. And you got some guys just slobbering drunk, right? And you say, man, you're drunk. I ain't drunk.
Yep.
Does that mean he's not drunk, Steve? Guy blows a 2-0 on an OVI. He's hammered. Hammered. I wasn't drunk, Your Honor. Well, he says he wasn't drunk, so let him off the hook. See, there's a reason they don't want addicts purchasing firearms. state of Ohio has a charge, weapons while intoxicated. Steve, myself, I cannot get drunk, slam down a bunch of beers on the 4th of July. We'll go grab a shotgun, step out in the backyard, and crank off a couple rounds in the air. Ooh. They take my butt right to jail. Your ability to reason, Steve, is impaired.
Compromised. Yep.
When you're either drunk or compromised, it's just common sense. But, that's the game they're going to play, and they're going to win. Just like the Reds won today. Man, did you see that game today by chance?
No, I guess they've been kind of on a roll, I'm hearing.
Steve, they were down, I think it was 7-6, Colorado. Top of the 9th, 2 outs. Man on second. I can't remember the guy's name. Gets up, boom, crushes a 2-run homer. Puts him up by 1. Still 2 outs. They loaded the bases. And I can't remember this guy's name. He's got the two-man shoe, the long dark hair.
Jonathan India.
Yeah, crushes another one. They bring in a relief pitcher. And he crushed a grand slam, man. Pretty impressive. Oh, boy, it ended, man. That was the 2 outs in the 9th they did on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over. That's the old, wherever it came around, not over till the fat lady sings. I don't know when the fat lady used to sing at baseball games, but if you got an out left, 1 out, it's not over till it's over.
That's right, my man. Steve, I don't know about Ben Carson. I don't think that's going to be happening.
No, I think Ben's a good guy. He is very soft spoken. I mean, so he's nowhere near assertive enough, to be the guy that's good on television and all that they say Trump's looking for.
Right.
He's too quiet, laid back.
Put him in charge of the CDC, or
Yeah, exactly.
Take Fauci's spot, for Christ's sake. I said it about a month ago. Don't be surprised you hear old J.D. Vance. We'll see. I'll tell you he's running. I think it's North Carolina governor. Is it Mark Richardson? Is that his name? Running for governor, North Carolina.
Doug Burgum.
Dude, this guy. No,
that's not the one.
No. Unless it's South Carolina. I'm pretty sure I thought it was North Carolina. African American man.
Oh, Tim.
Dude, you ought to hear him
Tim
Scott.
That's the guy, Tim Scott.
No.
Different than him? Wow, okay.
No, he's lieutenant governor right now, and he's running for governor.
Okay.
I don't know if you can Google it real quick. Lieutenant governor of North Carolina, to see what pops up. Running for governor. I thought it was Richardson, or Richard. I don't know. But I know it wasn't none of the ones you mentioned. Man, Steve, if he wasn't running for governor, I'll tell you what, man. This guy gives a heck of a speech. He gave one yesterday, was a day or two, Bongino played, talking about D-Day. Anyway, check him out. But, man, Stephen, and again, to say that they ain't going to lock this man up. Steve, they locked up Grandma on January the 6th.
Yeah,
they did. 60 days?
Yep. The praying grandma who just pretty much walked through. She was in and out in 10 minutes, didn't do anything, just walked through the damn place.
Yep. 60 days, I think it was. It's my understanding Trump's judge locked up a 76-year-old man for 60 days on a non-violent crime, no history. So for all these people, he's not one to lock. Steve, that was the whole point of this. The whole point is lock him up. I'm telling you, man, if they don't, I will be surprised. Absolutely surprised, because I think their mind's made up unless they get cold feet and come to their senses, but I don't think they will, man. These people are not normal. So we'll see, but I don't know, man. And I saw this I'll get off here. I saw this interview with this leftist talking about, she kind of had things screwed up, but was hoping that Trump gets locked up. He interfered with the election. He paid off Stormy Daniels to hide the fact from the voters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would look bad. Steve, it wasn't even made public about that payment. So after the election was over. Nobody knew about that until after the election. So, if that's the case, if this is her mindset thinking, what about these 54 former CIA intel officials that said this on her laptop was Russian disinformation? What about Biden standing up? They've been playing it on the news today. Back there to the debates. And Trump just looked at him. You got to be kidding me. You're trying to say this is Russian disinformation? And you got the communist media and the activists covering up for them, claiming it's all Russian disinformation. And they knew the whole time this was the real deal, man. The FBI knew it. You had an FBI agent testifying in the Hunter's trial, brought in Hunter's laptop as evidence and submitted it as evidence against him.
Correct. Well, you shared the New York Post headline, which was from that was when this was all finally coming to light, March of 2022. The headline: Spies Who Lie. The intelligence experts who falsely described the laptop and still won't say sorry. But 54 lies who spies who lied. Nobody said sorry.
Well, Steve, the point is, if they're going to arrest and lock Trump up, according to some of the leftists, that's why he should be locked up.
Yep. All right, I know you got it. We got a roll here. News break time. Mark Robinson, thanks for all those. Yeah, Mark Robinson, the guy from North Carolina, he was talking about.
USA News Update. Women in Hunter Biden's life are testifying in his federal firearms trial in Delaware. The president's son is accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while addicted to drugs in 2018. The prosecution called his ex-wife to testify, aiming to demonstrate Biden's drug use at the time he purchased the gun. She said that she checked Biden's vehicle because she did not want their children in a vehicle with drugs. Democrats are challenging their political opponents with a vote on a bill designed to prevent states from limiting access to contraception. Republicans are calling it political theater.
Contraception's legal. To my knowledge, it's not in any jeopardy. And yet, Senator Schumer wants to schedule a show vote that suggests that somehow it is.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas accused Democrats of fear-mongering to divert attention away from the issues at the southern border. Researchers report the Earth is warming at a record rate. However, they say it's not accelerating significantly. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, back at it here, where we leave off. Uh-oh, another one bites the dust. Another restaurant chain in California saying, that's it, we're pulling the plug. The popular fish taco chain, Rubio's Coastal Grill, will be closing 48 locations in California due to the rising cost of doing business. Confirmed to KTLA that underperforming stores in the Golden State will be shutting due to the current business climate. As many as 24 locations in Los Angeles will be closing, 13 in San Diego, 11 locations in Northern California. Making the decision to close is never an easy one. While painful, the closures are necessary to step in our strategic long-term plan to position Rubio's for success in the coming years. Now, of course, he mentioned Assembly Bill 1228 that took effect in April, forcing companies to pay their fast food workers a minimum wage of $20 an hour. Many restaurants have responded by raising menu prices and in some cases laying off workers. As Breitbart News reported recently, inflation under Joe Biden's administration has caused fast food prices to soar. The higher price tag of popular foods may be creating some political problems for Joe. 30% of black men and 11% of black women intend to vote for Donald Trump, according to a Wall Street Journal poll. Which, if that were to come to fruition, that would be a dramatic increase in those numbers from 2020's election. Just points to ponder. Let's see what's going on with Charlie this morning.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. In the news this evening from GMA BS Enterprise. Well, there we go again. B&S, I have to correct myself again. We have a report that the bomb squad is on the move again. Well, we have spotted Pappy, Rambler, and 2 new members, both Heatwave and none other than Brain Dead. All of them were walking into a nightclub of questionable tribute, dressed as the Village People. Well, our Action News reporter, the sex maniac, snuck in and looked, and they was on stage doing the letters and singing the song YMCA from the Village People. Also, we have it on good authority, he even admitted it earlier on the air, that actually Rambler is a big fan of rap music. You heard it yourself. He kept on going on about 50 Cent, 50 Cent, 50 Cent. He must have said it 10, 12 times while on his call earlier. And now a word from our sponsor. GMA B&S Enterprises is proud to announce the day after Independence Day, they will have a cicada cook-off. We're trying to get the Larry, the big Cali barbecue guy, to come and judge the barbecues, but we're having a little problem. He doesn't seem to be interested. We would like to reach out to you there, Steve, to be the MC of the event. We will have all kinds of competitions. We will have them either smoked, roasted, on the grill, and in fact, we will have them baked. Maybe even fried. We haven't decided yet. Also, I want everybody to know that the Pond umbrellas are still in stock. That's right, folks. Keep your Staley friends dry in the rain. Just remember, all of their products are visually inspected by the blind man. And for the incredible low price of $19.95, you can get a Pond umbrella. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get 2 Pond umbrellas. That's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. Yes, just remember their motto at GMA and B Enterprises. They're brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf. We'll treat you right. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Charlie. Have a good morning. Well, it's been quite the run, to say the least. Wheel of Fortune. How many millions of episodes have you watched? Well, not that many. Pat Sajak sharing his thoughts about retiring from the Wheel of Fortune for his final episode as host will air Friday night. ABC News reports 77 years old now. Sajak reflected on his 41 seasons, more than 8,000 episodes, is the man behind the longtime game show. In an interview with his daughter, said he was at peace with the conclusion of his run on the show and that he's enjoying the final week. He did announce last year that this year's 41st season was going to be his last. Yeah, this was announced a long time ago, so I've had time to sort of get used to it, he said. It's been a little bit wistful, but I'm enjoying it. I'm taking it all in, reflecting on the great run. He has hosted Wheel of Fortune for more than 4 decades alongside his famed television partner Vanna White, who joined the show in 1982. Of course, it has become one of the most successful game shows in history. The announcement has been Ryan Seacrest is expected to take over as host, while Pat will serve as a consultant on the show for 3 years after retiring. Pat said he was grateful for the success of the show while being able to connect with fans over the years. He's also said he could probably continue his role as host, but there's other things he'd like to focus on. I'd rather leave a couple of years too early than a couple years too late. It's been a great 40 years, and I'm looking forward to whatever's ahead. Again, final episode will be Friday night's episode. And I did hear a blurb that they've been in discussions, questions, will Vanna White return with Ryan Seacrest taking over? I think they've got a confirmation that she's going to stick around for at least a year or two, something like that. But we'll see. Update on the Port of Baltimore. The limited access channel has been expanded to 400 feet wide and 50 feet deep, which now allows for the transit of all deep draft commercial vessels. Proud of the unified efforts that have partially reopened the federal channel to port operations, according to the commanding general of the Corps of Engineers. Now, they said efforts continue to restore the channel to its original dimensions, 700 feet wide and 50 foot deep. We're not taking our foot off the gas at this point, pushing forward as quickly and safely as possible to reach 700 feet and ensure we remove all the wreckage to prevent any impact to future navigation. All right, it's a very complex salvage effort. The crews have to dig out the bottom cord of this truss to access the areas needed to be cut. They said that the Maryland Transportation Authority will hold a virtual update 6 p.m. Eastern Time next Tuesday, June the 11th. Information on already completed bridge work, reconnection resources, and revitalization plans, they tell us, will be presented during that virtual session. So I guess we'll get an update, maybe what the plan, what type of bridge they're going to replace the Francis Scott Key span with. Hello, 5-7.
Good morning. Yeah, I had got to watch the show, our news, this evening or yesterday evening, and they were covering Normandy and the American Cemetery at Normandy, and it was interesting. They showed wherever they find that they found a soldier, Jewish soldier, that was buried under a Christian cross, they will replace it with the Star of David. I thought that was, that's cool. But what come in when they flew over the grave, there's something that come to mind. That voice comes from the past. Now, don't ask me what I ate yesterday for dinner or breakfast or even lunch. But I hear Barack Obama's voice saying, Islam helped build this country. And I was looking at my wife as they flew over those gravestones. I said, honey, you see any crescents in that crowd? Now, I'm sure there must have been a Muslim in there somewhere. And I'm not taking that away from him. But I'm just saying, Barack Obama did everything he could to tear up this nation because they cling to their Bible, and Islam doesn't respect the Bible, and they cling to their guns. And that's probably the most honest thing the man ever said. And I'll just set that aside. Now the other thing is, you might be shortchanging Turbo. Think about it. I may mention that Biden's dog probably bit those security people.
Yeah.
Probably because Biden was uncomfortable. Well, how often did Turbo follow you out to the mailbox, then follow you into the kitchen table when you opened it up? How's anything done on your hot water heater or the bill alone? And how many times did Turbo hear Dad say, "What the?" Well, you know, he just might know that, you know, over time he realized this man means no good to Dad. So we just got to give Turbo a little more credit than just barking for the uniform. Other than that, uniform. Yeah, the best looking uniform in the military. Really? We called them seagoing bellhops. They look like the doorman at the Ritz. So, but you know, like when I joined the Navy, my best friend from football, you know, high school, and I looked at him and said, "You joined the Marines. Why did you join the Marines?" He said, "'Cause they're rough and tough." I said, "Wow, that's a career move." Other than that, we're down here in Savannah with the second load of chips, trying to supply y'all with toilet paper material and the paper towels. So y'all use up all the paper you can and buy them by the case. 570 down.
All right. Yeah, I can't tell you how much we appreciate that, because seeing as Sears and Roebuck no longer sends out a catalog, they don't exist. What are our alternatives if we didn't have TP and paper towels? Wow. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let's get our nightly electric vehicle update. What do we have this time around? A major complaint from the administration's efforts to move us toward electric vehicles is that the charging infrastructure is not in place to support this. In a Senate Environment and Public Works Committee hearing this past day, lawmakers asked the Federal Highway Administrator, Shailene Bhatt, about the issue. Senator Jeff Markey noted that the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act set aside funds for 500,000 charging ports and that only 7 publicly funded sites have actually been created. I'm just trying to light a fire under this. What it says to the public when you pass a bill that's going to fund 500,000 chargers and that only 7 sites are done 3 years later. Hello, something's terribly wrong. It needs to be fixed, and it needs your intense attention. Now, during his testimony, he said that the number of publicly available electric vehicle charging ports had increased by 90%, more than 183,000 across the country. However, the majority of ports were created by the private sector. There are only dozens that have been created with public funds. He said, I share your frustration, but I'm confident we'll meet our goal. Then you've got the operational realities. While most of the discussion on electric vehicles yesterday's hearing involved charging stations for passenger vehicles, the lack of infrastructure also has been a key issue related to the electrification of heavy-duty trucks. There was a House subcommittee hearing back in April. A trucking executive was critical of the U.S. EPA's final rule that requires a quarter of sleeper cab tractors to be zero emission directly from the tailpipe by the year 2032. This unworkable mandate ignores operational realities and places a costly burden on trucking companies. Although battery electric trucks show promise on certain applications, it is apparent they are not ready for broad deployment due to technology limitations. Now, he said the main obstacles facing the move toward electric trucks involve technology limitations, a lack of infrastructure, and, of course, the cost. Battery electric trucks require an enormous amount of energy. Just one truck depot would require the same amount of electricity needed to power an entire town. I actually shared a little snippet of testimony this past morning. Can't remember who it was. It may have been this guy, but that's exactly what he was talking about. He said, and when we go in, and you have to make the request. You have to go to the utility in an area, say, we want to install the charging infrastructure, the charging stations for X number of trucks, and this is how much juice it's going to take. And he said, the utility company looks at you, are you out of your mind? Are you kidding me? We can't give you, we don't have that. We don't have that much power to offer you. But this is the reality of, well, what do you call it? Getting the cart ahead of the horse, I would say. No doubt about it. Carl joins us here on a Thursday. How we doing, Carl?
Good morning, Steve. I'm doing okay. Headed southbound here again, back to Alabama and back. But, the electrical battery situation there in Ohio, have they come up with any kind of deterrence on or delay or anything on their big battery plant there that we're going to build there?
I think they're still proceeding with it. I haven't really heard otherwise.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering about that. If since they're coming up with all this new news here about no infrastructure for the supporting the electrical cars, and it's turning out to be not such a good idea after all. And if we know that Trump is going to be elected as president, he's going to pretty much put that to the side burner, I'm sure. Getting into that as well there, I agree with Pappy on that. I believe that since they do have Trump at the threshold of a sentencing here coming up on July the 11th, and this judge is looking at a guilty verdict, which he has fought for so hard in this whole entire trial. What are we supposed to think? That they're going to say, well, you can go home and sin no more, Mr. Trump. I mean, he's not going to do that. He's going to say, yep, you're going to get some prison time, okay? And we just have to figure out, exactly how much that's going to be. But he'll have it all figured out. he'll know what to do there on that, according to his rules and regulations. But it's unfortunate that we have a system that is so biased. And then we've got to listen here with Hunter Biden's situation as well, which is straight up dead to rights. He's guilty of what he has done here with this illegal purchase of a gun. But he knows that he has the privilege of the White House to do basically at will what he wants to do. And he's currently probably involved in cocaine use, and it's just not as visible as it was then. But you know, this whole business about the Democrat Party in particular, coming up with Chuck Schumer here on the news breaks I've been hearing, they want to do things such as taking votes on contraception. I mean, get real, man. We all know that you can do your own contraception as you see fit. Okay? What is this about? Well, it's about to bring more attention to what their agenda is, and that's to bring women into the issue and to say, well, you know, that we need to allow women to do what they want to do, and they say with their own bodies, you know. And it's just amazing to me because and we have Supreme Court decision on this issue already that they didn't agree with, and they want to say, well, you know, you've got to do, you know, the states, okay? Get the states involved in your decisions.
And that's as it should be. I mean, quite honestly, when I heard that blurb the other day about Schumer, I'm missing something. But I haven't heard of anyone trying to ban contraception. Are you talking condoms in the pill for women? I don't know what they're talking about, but we've got to get our news break in here at this point.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The heat is on for nearly 30 million Americans as they're under heat advisories in the west and south. Extreme temperatures impacting those in central California into Nevada and Arizona, as well as southern Texas. According to the National Weather Service, the heat not expected to break until Sunday in most places. Meantime, daily highs before Sunday could reach 110 degrees in Phoenix and Las Vegas. Men who stormed the beaches of Normandy to topple Nazi Germany are gathering once again in France for the 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion this week. Many of those veterans are now over 100 years old. First Lieutenant Wally King remembers flying close air support.
What we were doing was very dangerous work with low-level dive bombing and strafing. It was nothing but devastation when I saw it that time.
President Biden is set to join world leaders in France on Thursday to help commemorate the solemn occasion. The Food and Drug Administration is out with a new ruling. USA's Corey Myers has the details.
The U.S. Food and Drug Administration voting against using the psychedelic drug MDMA as a treatment for PTSD. The panel from the FDA found that the study has flawed data, questionable research, and the risks with the treatment were significant, being heart problems, injury, and abuse. MDMA, more commonly known as ecstasy or Molly, is part of a group of psychedelics, including LSD and psilocybin, that are expected to come before the FDA for review in the next few years as part of a look into the drug's medical potential, treating mental health disorders.
New York City's first in the nation traffic congestion pricing is being shelved indefinitely, the delay due to concerns about its impact on the city's economic recovery. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
President Biden is seeing more pushback on Title IX. USA's Ryan Daniels explains.
A pair of profs in Texas are suing the Biden administration over plans to expand Title IX rules on college campuses. The 2 professors, Daniel Bonavac and John Hatfield, are from the University of Texas and have filed as plaintiffs in a lawsuit brought by the Texas Attorney General's office under Ken Paxton. In the lawsuit, plaintiffs claim the federal government overreached. President Biden recently announced Title IX protections to include for sexual preference, gender identity, and pregnancy status.
Crews have successfully completed repairs on water main breaks in Midtown Atlanta that have caused businesses and residents to not have running water since Friday. Atlanta Democratic Mayor Andre Dickens believes that the water entering homes may not be safe without boiling it first.
The boil water advisory is still in effect until we get the all clear sign from the Georgia Department of Environmental Protection based on their guidelines. And we hope that that will happen at some point soon.
Older Americans are increasingly concerned about the future of Medicare. A West Health Gallup 2024 survey on aging in America says that nearly 3 in 4 Americans between 50 and 64 are extremely worried about Medicare not being available when they become eligible for it. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Final hour underway. Thank you very much, Roki. He said the New York Times is an excellent alternative in lieu of toilet paper. Bingo. Hadn't thought of that. But that means I'd have to buy it first. Never mind. Hey, let's see. Gary is on board. Just a quick heads up, coming up tomorrow, Friday morning, will be our Casual Friday program. It's been quite a while since we've had an opportunity to donate a few moments to Hot Shot Secret Products. And maybe for those who've joined the program in recent months, of course, back in the day, we had Chris Gabrelchik joining us. What was it, the first Thursday each month, so then Kyle took over for a while. It's the busy season. Kyle's out there. He's on the road. Of course, they've got the Farley, Iowa this weekend. It's just week after week after week, flying from one state to the next for all the Hot Shot Secret sponsored events that are taking place. We're going to introduce you to Logan for the 1 o'clock hour. Going to talk about IDs that you hear about, explain for those who may be not aware. And if anybody has questions, I think we're going to set aside like an hour from 1 a.m. till 2 a.m. Again, talk about some Hot Shot Secret products, answer any questions that you might have out there. Yes, and we'll learn about IDs, what is Stiction, and all that good stuff. All right, so yeah. Had a chance to chat briefly with Logan the other day. I said, yeah, I could. He knows his stuff, so he can answer any questions. He's got the Hot Shot Secret product lineup right there in his brain. He can answer all of our questions. Meanwhile, let me get back with Carl as we get our final hour underway. And lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, Carl, where did we leave off there?
Yeah, thank you for bringing me back. I was talking about some the Democrat idea about talking about contraception in Congress. There, they were bringing that issue up, in which it's a non-issue. Cornyn, Republican Cornyn, he brought up and he said, "Well, I don't know why they want to talk about this." Because everybody knows that you can use contraception, but they want to take a vote. They want to actually take a big vote on whether or not you can use contraception in the United States. And it's just ridiculous. What he's doing here is killing time, but what he's doing is he's bringing light to the issue again about, just acting like that women don't have their due rights.
They don't really have anything. There's nothing that they can actually, as far as like trying to promote Biden on the campaign trail. There's nothing as far as his record that they can tout as positives. So they have to take a non-issue and try to make it. Now, abortion is a big issue with many of the women. But as we've been seeing, once Roe versus Wade was overturned, states' rights, states that have put it on the ballot, and there will be several additional states this November. It's on the ballot. The people of the states, in most cases, I think in all the cases thus far, have made the determination they are voting for the right to have an abortion. I think in most cases there are some limitations, how many months in and those kind of things. But that's the way it's supposed to be. But the abortion issue is a big one, and the Democrats, that's about the only thing they can try to capitalize to make it look like the Republicans want to take away all of your rights as a female.
Yeah, they're just doing that to bring that up again and just to keep it front and center because they don't have a president that's capable of doing much of anything. This D-Day, want to show proper towards them and what they did for us in this nation. They sacrificed their lives and they went over there and defended this country and defended the world actually from communism in that issue. And we thank them tremendously for doing what they've done. And that was the greatest generation. There's no doubt about it. And under the Biden administration, I have zero confidence in this administration to do the same. It's just ridiculous what they are coming up with. They can't even defend our own border from invasion. It's literal invasion. Except some of them, they have actually found weapons on them, and it's just really, really unbelievable what is going on in this country right now. The issues at hand that we are facing on a daily basis. And it's just a good thing, I suppose, that this country is so large that we do have capacity to handle a lot of situations because of the size of our country. But then again, we're going to face it because of the money issue. The money issue is very important because our people with Medicare and Social Security and all of those issues that are coming up here with the aged population that we have. And what do we think is going to happen if they start cutting Social Security back and Medicare back? I mean, there are going to be people who are going to be highly upset. Mm-hmm. And I just don't see any recourse except this country is headed into a hole of fighting, actually, and it's just amazing what's happening here. But thank you for taking my call, Steve. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
All righty, very good, Carl. Good to have you with us. Hey, it appears the illicit drug trade. Always trying to find a way to get their deadly drugs into the country. And, of course, in recent years, fentanyl has become the top priority, right? Which no matter how much drug busts we make, interdiction, confiscation, they're still somehow finding a way to get these drugs on our streets. I'm thinking one of them may be something they're kind of uncovering here. U.S. Customs and Border Protection has suspended several customs brokers from a program that was designed to speed entry for what they called low-value shipments. But it's paved the way for an explosion of e-commerce, imports, online shopping from China and India that they are struggling to police, they say. They didn't spell out the specifics in the suspension announcement Friday, but they implied the intermediaries were penalized because filings for cargo released repeatedly failed to comply with requirements that the importer use reasonable care to properly classify and value the goods, and in some cases for late filing of the required data. This started in 2016, an update to the trade regulations to aggregate retail value of articles that a single person in one day can import free of duty and taxes, and without a detailed formal customs declaration. That was raised to $800. The previous threshold to qualify for that duty exemption was $200. What they refer to as the de minimis or minimum threshold. It was changed to accommodate the growing appetite for purchases made online, then shipped directly to our front door, because the duties on these low-dollar imports, it was too small to even make it worth the expenditure of the resources to try to collect them. That rule change led to a wave of what they call just-in-time packages from companies like Shein and Temu. All these things where we order small package orders coming out of India or China, but if not having to go through, they don't have the resources to go through all this, overwhelming the customs ability to identify suspicious parcels, raising alarms that the smugglers of fentanyl, counterfeits, and other illicit products are now exploiting that process. Rather than trying to bring 500 pounds of fentanyl in one load across the border, they might get caught. Now we can just send all these small packages to numerous addresses here and there all over the country and not even have to go through the duty process, if that makes sense. U.S. Customs processes nearly 4 million what they call de minimis or minimum shipments every day. The number of these transactions has skyrocketed 646% in just the last 8 years. It was 134 million packages in fiscal year 2015 to now 1 billion packages in 2023, using the Postal Service, Express, and non-Express facilities. And they forecast these totals will be exceeded this year. Trade facilitation was made easier to manage when the vast majority of imports were what they called business-to-business shipments that mostly entered by hundreds of large consignees. Most of those shipments would arrive in the U.S. on commercial aircraft or shipping vessels. The inventory would be staged at, say, warehouses, whether it be Canada or Mexico, then moved to the U.S. via ground transportation when the consumer would place an order. So what we're getting now is these packages that are arriving directly from, say, mainland China. And it is 844-844-3388. They're always looking to find a way. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I just came across a post from Dogman. Haven't heard from Dogman in a long time. He was sharing a link to the flyer for one of our other longtime friends of the program, Flag Waver, who'd passed away last year. Michael Freiberger was his actual name. Of course, we knew him as Flag Waver. But there's going to be a memorial ride coming up on July the 14th this year. He was sharing the info, which says, join the West Unity American Legion Riders Post 669 as we take part in remembering and riding for Mike. Mike was a very dedicated man. He was responsible for the Wreaths Across America program there in West Unity, Ohio. He used to call in the program and talk about how it made him feel participating in the Wreaths Across America program. It says here we'll be meeting at the Williams County Veterans Services, which is on High Street in Bryan, Ohio. This is what they call a free will donation ride. No specified cost. Just donate what you can. Registration at noon. Bikes leave at 1 p.m. Bikes return at 4 p.m. All proceeds collected in Mike's name will be donated to the DAV. All right. And they had a couple phone numbers there. So July 14. Maybe I'll see if I can find a way I can share that for some of the other folks that, Flagway was a good friend. Always there participating with the group there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. And all right, Knuckle Buster, what do you say?
Thanks for having me back at the same time. I don't know when you're going to bring Mindy back on there. She has a lot sweeter voice than some of these callers, especially me.
That's true.
Well, that crazy woman down there in Mexico, they just elected president. Is she going to be a holy reign of terror down there?
I don't know. I think she's pretty far. She's a bit. What do they call it? A big lefty? I don't know. Jewish female, unprecedented, elected in Mexico as president. But I think she's one of these big climate change activist kind of things. I don't know if she's going to bode real well working with us. I don't know.
Wouldn't work well with me because I don't believe it. Well, climate change, I do spring, summer, fall, winter every year, right?
Yep.
Anyway, that's all I had. You can bring Mandy back on there anytime you want to there. I enjoyed listening to her that night. Good morning, Mr. Steve Summer.
I'll pass that on. We'll keep you informed. All right. You can't help but wonder, is the World Health Organization trying to prepare, scare everybody? I don't know what to think. This whole bird flu thing, right? Bird flu is in the dairy cows. Do not drink unpasteurized milk. Milk in the grocery store has been passed. We've been hearing all this, right? And all this kind of speculating. When will it jump to humans? A new strain of bird flu has jumped to humans in an event that has potential for high public health impact, says the World Health Organization. Officials say a 59-year-old man in Mexico died after battling a 7-day illness in which he suffered fever, shortness of breath, diarrhea, and nausea. Tests showed the man who suffered multiple other underlying conditions was infected with a strain of the bird flu. It's called H5N2, not the H5N1 that we are hearing about in our dairy cows and whatnot. But they say this is the first time this type has ever been detected in a human. Now, officials said any case of new bird flu strains spilling into humans risks an outbreak. But in this case, the risk is low. There's no evidence of onward transmission. This strain is different from the H5N1 bird flu that's currently tearing through dairy herds in the U.S. and has thus far sickened 3 dairy farm workers. The patient from Mexico City, they say, became unwell on April 17th, but initially tried to treat his symptoms at home. A week later, after symptoms worsened, the patient went to the hospital, died later that same day from complications of his condition. Ultimately, testing, PCR tests carried out, revealed that he had been infected with a flu virus, and later it was confirmed to be H5N2. Now, they also reported this guy was pretty sick. He had been bedridden for 3 weeks before actually contracting the infection. Okay, it's not clear where he caught the virus or whether that it had spread to others. He had no contact to farmland or poultry, which had been the case for the 3 patients infected with the original strain. Officials said 17 people in the Mexico City hospital where he was treated and 12 neighbors, including 7 who had signs of illness, all tested negative for the virus. Blood tests are now being carried out to screen for antibodies against H5N2, which would indicate a previous infection. They also noted several flocks in the area had tested positive for H5N2. It's not clear whether these were linked to this particular patient, though. This is where, don't be overly concerned. Bill Schaffner, an infectious disease expert at Vanderbilt University there in Tennessee, said, yeah, it's kind of concerning, but see what we're doing right now, there hasn't been a lot of testing going on for bird flu until recent months. All of a sudden, now we're testing everybody. We're looking very hard to find bird flu infections as a consequence of the H5N1 around the world. We're also looking now in a much more sophisticated fashion than we were able to. We couldn't even do this 5 or 10 years ago. So I think we're going to begin to find these odd infections here and there that we hadn't anticipated. But this has probably been happening in the past. It just has been going unrecorded, undetected. If somebody passes away from something and you don't test for it, you don't know what they had, right? So there you go, the latest update. I mean, just one step is it incrementally trying to get the headlines scarier every day, right? We'll get a news break there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Women in Hunter Biden's life are testifying in his federal firearms trial in Delaware. The president's son is accused of illegally buying and possessing a gun while addicted to drugs in 2018. The prosecution called his ex-wife to testify, aiming to demonstrate Biden's drug use at the time he purchased the gun. She said that she checked Biden's vehicle because she did not want their children in a vehicle with drugs. Democrats are challenging their political opponents with a vote on a bill designed to prevent states from limiting access to contraception. Republicans are calling it political theater.
Contraception's legal. To my knowledge, it's not in any jeopardy. And yet, Senator Schumer wants to schedule a show vote that suggests that somehow it is.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas accused Democrats of fear-mongering to divert attention away from the issues at the southern border. Researchers report the Earth is warming at a record rate. However, they say it's not accelerating significantly. economy. John Schaefer, USA News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Thank you much. Welcome back. Yeah, the heat is on, right? Out west. Heat wave. Hey, there's a reason they call it the desert Southwest. Death Valley. Death Valley may reach 120 degrees for the first time this year. Now, the climate change, the global warming, they're all jumping up and down saying this is all happening earlier than. So what is it? The 6th of June, Death Valley hits 120, typically June the 24th. Okay, I mean, seasons change. Now, there's a light breeze off the Pacific, known as the marine layer, that'll help keep the big heat away from the beaches and the coastal cities. San Diego, L.A., San Francisco, Seattle, and Portland, Oregon, for example, highs in downtown L.A. generally in the 70s, right on into early next week. Now, this weekend, the jet stream will shuffle around as a storm drops south from the Canadian prairies to the north central states. That's going to trim the daily highs back just a bit in many areas of the interior west, and the cooler air at the level where the jet streams fly could trigger some pop-up thunderstorms. Cooler air will push southward along the eastern slopes of the Continental Divide this weekend. Denver, for example, after temperatures into the 90s on Friday, you'll see highs in the 70s over the weekend. Most thunderstorms will occur over the ridges in the Rockies and the Wasatch Range. As that storm from the Pacific inches eastward, some may also erupt in the Cascades and Sierra Nevada. All right, the thunderstorm activity, most notably, the concern is lightning strikes that could affect hikers who venture into the mountains. Anyone above the tree line in an open area would be at risk of being struck. The safest method is start early and head down the mountain by noontime, they say. Looks like the storm should avoid the desert locations and the arid canyons, which are most prone to flash flooding further along in the summertime. But lightning strikes will raise the risk of wildfires. Much of the tree canopy is green and lush so far this year due to the ample rain and mountain snow that fell, which is able to penetrate deep into the ground. The topsoil, the grass tend to dry out pretty quickly when it gets hot like this. That could be easily ignited by lightning, open flames, hot exhausts, power equipment. Don't be flipping cigarette butts, those kind of things. Scarecrow, how we doing this Thursday morning?
We're making it go, Steve. Prepping for a fast approaching weekend there, you know.
Yes, indeed.
Well, man, we just heard that the temperature of our Earth is progressing at a record pace, but fortunately, at not much of a noticeable rate. Well, it's comforting to know that we got the experts, got things covered for us there. Now, you mentioned the Mexican president. Now, that came up in conversation, I don't know, yesterday, day before. Either way, it was during one of the morning news briefings on Air Force One. The question came up just what does the president do during the day? He really isn't doing any campaigning or anything, productive, from the outside looking in, and she stammered around for a little bit. For instance, yesterday, he called the Mexican president, and then it was dropped there. That was his work day. Give a call to the Mexican president there, Steve. So I suppose that pretty much wore him out. Did that lead up to a significant nap to catch up?
It's a little siesta.
But yeah, that's good to know. It's good to know that we're getting our money's worth out of him too there. But oh man, I caught the anonymous hippopotamus earlier. I didn't catch the details, but he made it sound like a heat wave was headed for the Air Force Academy at Colorado Springs. Now, times have changed. The military has changed, and now it's good to be prompt when it comes to the military. However, the class of 28 will not arrive for about 3 weeks yet. Now,
Now, I can't imagine that heat wave would be a new appointee. At least when we were involved, I think about 26 years of age was the oldest as far as incoming cadets. But they may have relaxed the standards, and there may be a chance that the heat wave is looking to be an early arrival for a new line of the class. Well, if that's not the case, there, heat wave, as long as you're in town, you can pay a trip up to Cheyenne Mountain there, and I don't know if they give you a tour or not. Now, if you're in the name dropping, you could mention that somebody in particular Suey might have sent you, for instance. Now, whether that name carries any weight up there, I can't say for certain, but name dropping is always a plus there. Well, let's see. Back to kind of reflecting back on Pappy's call there, Steve. I, too, was going to bring up that Mark Robinson name. I caught probably the same episode that Pappy did of Bongino yesterday. Steve, he is one of the... He just totally had my attention. Bongino ran about a little over a minute of a speech of his. And up front, he sounded like a television evangelist, fire and brimstone and such. But man, you talk about a person that you would want on your side. I spent some time when I was fueling earlier trying to maybe find that particular speech, and I was going to forward it to you, but I found a variation, but not the very one. But Steve, when he got the part of, politicians, they're not in Washington to, create wealth, personal wealth, establish more and more power, secure their job forever and a day. They should be going to Washington because they have to. They look at it as their duty. And he referenced, particular with, this week now, not Memorial Day, but over Normandy. He made note of as a young infantryman, in the landing craft. He was asked, why you're here. He said, I'm not here for glory. I'm not here for respect. I'm here because I feel I have to. There's a need, and that's what I'm here for. Fulfill that need. And, that Robinson, he made note that feels that's why he is in position to run for office. He feels the need to do it. And, he's running for governor of North Carolina. And I believe it's assumed he'll get the Republican nod if he hasn't already. But it'd be interesting. Now it has my attention. I want to kind of just follow him and see what happens there. But if hadn't heard of him before, but he's certainly got our attention now. Thinking of Normandy there, that did lead into another thing I've been thinking about. We hear about the movies, Saving Private Ryan and all this and that, but in the past, I've always respected and admired the photographers, the military photographers that are right there on the front line. They got the cameras. They don't have a rifle in hand. They are there to record what's taking place for posterity. And I'm watching the news last night, and they're running this clip. I've seen this clip before. I'm sure many of the listeners have too. The individual, he's just coming out of the water, and you see him go down. And I sat there, Steve, and I'm so hoping that he trips and gets up, but you see him remain there motionless, so he's not going to get up. That's as far as he made it. And the reflection back, I've heard many stories too of the many that never even made it off of their landing crafts. Either artillery piece or as soon as the ramp drops down,
yep.
Machine gun or such, it just, how the water just, flows red in time. And someone's been there to capture that on film. That's a true position to be, to respect and admire those individuals too. And then I mentioned Megyn Kelly last night. I did download her program from yesterday, so I watched that before overnight drive started tonight, and a lot of it was on the Hunter Biden trial, and on her program with her, but they went through the text messages for like the months prior leading up to that gun purchase, and it's so damning and condemning what is in this messaging and such, and there's recorded phone calls, and but there's that 1 week or 5 days or whatever, he supposedly went straight for those 5 days and such to allow. So he wasn't technically an addict at that moment.
Gotcha.
We'll see how that plays out. But what they're saying, Jill, she's in the courtroom too, and it sounds like the jurors are watching her more than they're watching anything else in that room. That the impression I was left with, that she's from Delaware, and as are the jurors. So, will there be is this intimidation? Are they going to feel a bit of guilt and sorry for mom? It's going to be interesting to see how it does play out. But the assumption is that, the old man, whether he's still in office or maybe it'll be one of his last acts as the outgoing president, to give his son the free ride.
Yep.
But so but it was a very news-filled kind of day here. I'm glad we got that out of the way now, so we can make room for another of the best days of the week here coming up. So we'll leave it at that for now, Steve, and do it one more time here in about 20 hours.
Casual Friday coming on, right? Okay, let me see if I can pull this up. Is this
not no African American. I said I ain't no African American. When we were fighting for our freedom in the Civil War, we weren't flying no African banners. We were flying the Star-Spangled Banner. I've never pledged allegiance to any nation in Africa, nor do I ever intend to. I am American. My story is American. I am an American. My blood is American. My mind is American. My heart is American, because I am an American.
Mark Robinson, that's one of his little clips. My name is Mark Robinson. I am the liberal elite's worst nightmare. It's part of his campaign. Can you chip in $25 to support my campaign? And that was like a Facebook post there. Mark Robinson running for governor of North Carolina, but he is, yes, all-American.
First came a friendly Friday for 3 past champions. Then came a huge Saturday for 3 Hoosiers. This as the championship pulling caravan departs the Carolinas bound for corn country. From National Tractor Pros Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We have our first results to report from the 2024 NTPA Grand National Campaign, as the Galant Mule City 300 was conducted this past weekend with nearly 100 vehicles in attendance. Razor's Edge track conditions and the great unknowns of a fresh season resulted in some wild rides and dramatic finishes. Moments after winning the first GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified hook, R.J. Simon took his late Hall of Fame dad, Rogers Simon Says four-wheel drive Chevrolet to a last-pass victory. The son and mother team of Grant and Renee Theobald nabbed first and third in the modified mini class. But for the other 3 divisions, past title winners showed their mettle. Defending Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock champ Brent Meyer went 1-2 with his own injected funds and the Simons Loud and Heavy John Deeres. Adam Spiegelberg fired his first shot toward title number 3 in light superstock with his Detonator Black Case IH. And the Rutten Deer of 2021 champ Robert Gansmere won the Superstock Opens opener. Saturday night brought 5 different drivers to victory lane after Simon had the only sweep in light mod. Mark Mangan reasserted his dominance with his Outlaw Bowtie four-wheeler, and Colton Whitworth had a breakout night in Light Super, powering his Yield Express and Bin Buster New Generation Deer entries to the top 2 prizes. But the surprises of the night belonged to 3 seasoned vets from Indiana. First, Kent Payne of Veedersburg took in Benson to ready his Super Rooster Diesel for his title defense. But Payne always pulls to win and held off the Alkies after an early 316-foot hook. Next, almost 30 years into a pulling career spent mostly as top crewman for the legendary Larry Kester, Ron Tobin of Huntingburg has a Grand National victory with the Kester family's Walk the Line Mini.
It really feels good to come out on top for once after driving stupid last night. I said, well, I can do my trick again, so I'm just glad it all worked out.
Audio courtesy of FullPole.live. And Tim Kaine of New Palestine closed out the night with his fist in the air as the 2009 Pro Stock champion Red Gambler came up 7th for the first time in 5 seasons.
Man, we got the setup just right. It was nice and smooth, and tires were digging and clawing all the way to the end, and there couldn't have been any driver.
Now it's on to Farley, Iowa, and 300 Raceway for the Farley Nationals, the reigning NTPA Grand National Pull of the Year, and the second leg of the Hot Shot Secret Bonus Series. The 2-night event is set for Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th, and on the NTPA's official streaming partner, FullPole.live. Classes competing at Farley include High Torque Super Farm tractors. High Torque manufactures the highest quality gear reduction starter motors on the market today. Their U.S. patented design maximizes the clearance considerations necessary for their customers' difficult-to-fit applications. Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors. CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive trucks. In addition to the Mayhill-owned Giant Puller tire, brands offered for sale by CM Pulling Tires include Firestone, Mitas, Parks, and Pro Puller, and wheel brands including Kaiser, Midwest, and Reel. 4-wheel drive trucks. Dr. Preload Super Semi Trucks. Headquartered in Fonda, New York, Dr. Preload is a product of Temper Axle, a company that has earned the trust of fleets around the world. Parent company Temper Corporation is a leader in specialized bearing adjustment solutions. And Multi-Engine Modifieds. Also on tap for next weekend are the Region 2 NTPA Megapole in Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, and the Region 3 Showdown in Kirktown in Ellsworth, Wisconsin, both on Saturday night. As always, NTPAPOLL.com for details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we're kind of heading down the home stretch. I think Eagle had a final word this morning, though. What'd you have on your mind, Eagle? Are you still there, Eagle? Maybe not. So, I think he might have dozed off. All right, let's take you over to the state of Virginia. Interesting opposition to these Environmental Protection Agency mandates we've been talking about. You know, some states are all in, along with California, right? Other states have been joining them, mandating the elimination of the internal combustion engine. We've heard all that. Governor Glenn Youngkin announcing this past day Virginia was going to abandon California's stringent vehicle emission rules aimed at reducing carbon pollution by the end of the year when the state's current regulations expire. Citing an attorney general opinion in response to a request from Youngkin and the Senate Republican leader, the attorney general's opinion released Tuesday states that Virginia is not required to comply with new mandates adopted by the California Air Resources Board, set to take effect on January 1. The governor, in a statement, said Virginians deserve to choose which vehicles fit their needs, and called the idea that government should tell people what kind of car to buy as fundamentally wrong. Thank you. Once again, Virginia is declaring independence, this time from a misguided electric vehicle mandate imposed by unelected leaders nearly 3,000 miles away from the Commonwealth. Now, that was quickly condemned by the Democrats and the environmental groups. He seems to think he has more power than Vladimir Putin, says the Senate Majority Leader. The governor is breaking the law and the AG is giving him cover. The Southern Environmental Law Center called this decision illegal, short-sighted, and bad public policy. They're all pushing these, quote, clean car standards. Now, EV mandates like California's, unworkable, out of touch with reality, and thankfully the law does not bind us to their regulations. California does not control which cars Virginians buy, and any thoughts that automobile manufacturers should face millions of dollars in civil penalties rather than allowing our citizens to choose their own vehicle it's completely absurd. In a memo to the Department of Environmental Quality, the State Air Pollution Control Board, stakeholders, Natural and Historic Resources Secretary said that Virginia will default on federal standards at the end of the year. And he said the AG's opinion confirms the state law does not require the State Air Pollution Control Board to adopt California's new standards. Fighting back. It's about time, right? So with that, we will close it out here on a Thursday morning, June the 6th of 2024. Come back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight. We'll do it again. Again, don't forget Logan. We'll introduce Logan 1 a.m., talk a bit about Hot Shot secret products, explain IDs and stiction, and anything you may have questions about for about an hour. Hopefully you can join us, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I